recommendation for Mr. Bryan. Your Honor, at this time, the state will go ahead and present its victim impact evidence for the court's consideration, and then once that's through, we will make our argument. Thank you. We're going to present Mr. Marcus Arbery.
I do want to make a point before we get into the victim impact statements, and not to imply that this would go any other way. But I do want to make sure that those that are addressing the court address the court as opposed to anybody else in the gallery. So let's go ahead and proceed. Good morning.
Good morning. How y'all doing? Right. It's a hard time with me and my family. You know, something that I just doesn't sit right with me at this time. The man who killed my son has sat in this courtroom every single day next to his father. I never get that chance to sit next to my son ever again. Not at a dinner table, not at a holiday. And not at a wedding. He'll never get to have I pray that no one in this courtroom ever has to do what we had did, that buried their child. There is no word for that, because no word knows that much, man. Not only did they lynch my son in broad daylight, but they killed him while he was doing what he loved than anything, running. That's when he felt most alive, most free. And they took all that from him. When I close my eyes, I see his execution in my mind over and over. I'll see that for the rest of my life. When I became a father, my life became bigger than me. It became about my family, about protecting him, protecting my boy. I know in my head that there's nothing I could have done that day to have saved my son, to have protected him from that evil and hate. But my heart is broken, and always will be broken, because on my worst day, or our lives, wasn't there. If I could, I have trade places with them all in a heartbeat, but I can't. So I'm standing here today to do what he can, and that is to fight for his memory, his legacy, and to tell you who he was, because that's the one thing you didn't hear in this courtroom, and more than anything else, you should know who my boy was. We love our son, and we will never have him with us to celebrate anything. Thanksgiving, Christmas, or his birthday. His kids should spend the rest of their lives thinking about what they did and what they took from us. And they should do it from behind bars. Because me and my family, we got to live with his death the rest of our life. We'll never see Ahmaud again. So I feel they should stay behind them bars the rest of their life because they didn't give him a chance. Thank the court. Thank y'all for what y'all did with our family shutdown. Thank the jury. I give all glory to God. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Arbery.
Ms. Jasmine Arbery.
Good morning. My name is Jasmine Arbery. Ahmaud is my brother, and I would like to tell you a little about him. Ahmaud had dark skin that glistened in the sunlight like gold. He had thick, curly hair, and he would often like to twist it. Ahmaud had a broad nose, and the color of his eyes was filled with melanin. He was tall with an athletic build. He enjoyed running and had an appreciation for being outdoors. These are the qualities that made these men assume that Ahmaud was a dangerous criminal and chase him with guns drawn. To me, those qualities reflected a young man full of life and energy, who looked like me and the people I love. Ahmaud was funny. He told jokes to lighten the mood because he was a positive thinker. Ahmaud had a big personality and never missed the opportunity to let it shine. Ahmaud had a future that was taken from him in an instance of violence. He was robbed of his life pleasures, big and small. He would never be able to fulfill his professional dreams, nor he'd be able to start a family or even be a part of my daughter's life. The loss of Ahmaud has devastated me and my family. So I'm asking that the man that killed him be given the maximum sentence available to the court. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning.
Oh, I want to first speak directly to my son, if I please. This verdict doesn't bring me back, but it does help bring closure to this very difficult chapter of my life. I made a promise to you. Today, I laid you to rest. I told you I love you, and someday, somehow, I will get you justice. Son, I love you as much today as I did today that you were born. Raising you was the honor of my life, and I'm very proud of you. Your Honor, these men have chose to lie and attack my son and his surviving family. They each have no remorse and do not deserve any leniency. This wasn't a case of mistaken identity or mistaken fact. They chose to target my son because they loved him in their community. They chose to treat him differently than other people who frequently visited their community. And when they couldn't sufficiently scare him or intimidate him, they killed him. My youngest son, he was born on Mother's Day of 1994. He had a smile so bright it lit up a room. He was a greedy baby that seemed like he was always searching for something to stick into his mouth. He was always a loving baby who seemed to never tire of hugs, cuddling, and kisses. He loved, he never hesitated to tell me, his sister Jasmine, and his brother Marcus that he loved us. And Your Honor, we loved him back. He was messy. He sometimes refused to wear socks or take good care of his clothing. I wish he would have cut and cleaned his toenails before he went out for that jog that day. I guess he would have if he knew he would be murdered. My family's gonna miss Ahmaud. We're gonna miss his jokes, his impersonations, his warm smile. These men deserve the maximum sentence for their crimes. Ahmaud never said a word to them. He never threatened them. He just wanted to be left alone. They were fully committed to their crimes. Let them be fully committed for the consequences. Your Honor, I'm standing here before you as the mother of Ahmaud Arbery, asking you to please give all three defendants who are responsible for the death of my son the maximum punishment in this court, which I do believe is life behind bars without the possible chance for parole. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any additional evidence in aggravation from the state?
No more additional evidence from the state, Your Honor.
Argument?
Your Honor, the state is seeking life without the possibility of parole for the McMichaels based primarily on the evidence presented in this case. The state is not going to go through all of that evidence, just a few very important items. First off, there was a demonstrated pattern of vigilantism by Greg and Travis McMichael. First off, we have our July 13th, 2019 911 call after both of them went with guns to confront a homeless man who was living under the bridge, who they suspected must have been committing all of these crimes. Of course, all of these crimes included a lot of reports to 911 about suspicious persons, and as we heard from the witness stand and defense witnesses, a couple of unlocked cars with things stolen out of them by people outside the neighborhood. And then we have February 11th, 2020. Yes, Ahmaud went inside of the open, unsecured construction site that particular day. But Travis McMichael went home, got his father, they both got their guns, and then they went back down to that construction site. We know that because we heard the 911 call. And he says, I'm sitting outside the construction site. He talks about seeing somebody inside with a flashlight. The horrible part is we know from Brooke Perez, who testified for the defendants, that her husband had gotten a call from Larry English, and he'd gone over there with his handgun. We also know that the two men went inside with their handguns. It's a miracle they didn't shoot each other. And no one had called the police. Travis is outside in the pickup truck, finally calling the police. He stays on for about 4 minutes, and then Officer Ash appears. That didn't teach anybody here a lesson at all. Brooke Perez was trying to tell them, no, my husband's over there with a gun. Be careful, go in there. But Gregory Michael took off, according to Travis's statement, down the street and went right into that house. So we've got July 2019, February 11, 2020. Not calling 911 first, or not staying home, but wanting to seek out, in a vigilante manner, a confrontation with people that they suspect might be doing something that they themselves, up until January 1st of 2020, had not been the victim of. In all cases, they took firearms with them, did not stay home, did not allow the police to do their job, but instead, as on February 11th, Gregory Michael went in and started searching the house himself. We all know that, how that could have turned out terribly for him, for anyone in there, and for Diego Perez. All the decisions they made that led up to the death of Ahmaud Arbery. There were so many opportunities to stop, to think. And here's the real problem. And Travis and Michael served the Marines, the Coast Guard, as they pointed out repeatedly. So here we have some men who should have known better. Should have known better. Vigilantism always goes on. You wait for the professionals to show up. The professionals who are in marked cars. The professionals who are in uniforms. The professionals who are going to do it right because they have something to lose. Professionals such as Officer Ash, Mr. Arbery, and said, "Hey, I'm going to put you on the phone with Larry English, so Larry English can tell you the prisoners coming out." And they should have known that. They had alternatives. They had choices. But instead, Travis who stated he was putting his son Everett down for a nap, who stated that his father had all these medical health problems, didn't say, yeah, I'm putting Everett down. No, stay here. His shot. But he said he was his name to go with his father. And Gregory Michael was willing to get into that pickup truck and sit in a child's seat to chase after Mr. Arbery. Gregory Michael attempted to control the narrative from the get-go at the scene. His statements were all about how they were justified, how it was self-defense, how Mr. Arbery attacked his son. When the unknown man came up to Greg McMichael at the scene, because of course the police hadn't put Mr. McMichael anywhere, told him not to talk to anybody. He was running around the scene talking to everybody. And when talking to this unknown man who walked up to give him water, he basically said, no, this guy's an asshole. He's 20 feet from Mr. Arbery's body, referring to Mr. Arbery as an asshole. There's been no remorse shown, and certainly no empathy from either man. Because empathy would have said, hey, how must this look to this person that we're chasing? Are we terrifying this person? Are we scaring them? No empathy for the trapped and terrified Ahmaud Arbery. There was thoughtlessness as to the consequences, thoughtlessness as to the alternatives. There was vigilance.
Yeah, I still gotta work, fam.
And because of that,
I'll try to keep it quiet. Forgive me.
Greg McMichael to be sentenced to life with the possibility of parole. Travis McMichael on count 1, malice murder. Greg McMichael on felony murder count 2, with the prior sentences or the underlying charges to run concurrent consecutive per the state's prior statement. The state is going to guess that the defense will probably say that these men.
If you lost your wrench, let me know. And I'm giving out wrenches.
At the district attorney's office, but we all know
6'3" soldier got you a wrench, pimp hand.
But when you take another person's life, it can't be undone. It can't be taken back. There is no do-over. It's final, and that means caution must prevail. Thoughtfulness, empathy, and insight must prevail.
Let's go get our breakfast.
Not vigilantism. With regard to Mr. Bryan, his actions speak for themselves. He contributed to the death of Ahmaud Arbery in a significant way. The court is familiar with his actions. The court is familiar with his statements, with his level of cooperation with Agent Seacrest afterwards. And given his actions and statements in this case, the state is asking for a life with the possibility of parole sentence. And that would be on count 3, with 15 years consecutive on probation for Mr. Bryan. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. Mr. Rubin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, for 150 years, judges in cases in which defendants were convicted of murder were authorized to impose a life sentence. That was the only sentence available. In 2009, the legislature expanded the judge's discretion and now allows a judge to impose both a life sentence with the possibility of parole and a life sentence without the possibility of parole, and gives absolutely, as Mr. Goff pointed out, no guidance to the court as to what factors to take into account when differentiating between people convicted of murder. But I know this court, Your Honor, has been on the bench long enough and has tried a number of cases, including murder cases, in which you've had to make those decisions. And you've had to differentiate between defendants and be consistent in your rulings, in your sentencing, probably the hardest thing any court has to do, which is to sentence a person to time in prison. In this case, in which the state is seeking the harshest possible sentence allowable under the law, we're asking the court to reserve the harshest possible sentence under the law for those who deserve it, for the worst of the worst. When the facts of the crime show a darkness of soul, a person so depraved and heinous as to shock the conscience by their actions, or where the offender is such a danger as evidenced by his past conduct or by his actions post-offense, such that rehabilitation is remote or impossible, those are the offenders who deserve the harshest possible punishment under the law. Those are the offenders who people would argue deserve to spend the rest of their lives in prison. Neither of those scenarios encompasses Travis McMichael or the conduct for which he was convicted. And like Ms. Donikoski, I want to spend just a couple minutes reviewing the conduct for which he was convicted, because I agree with something she said, maybe for the first time in this trial. When Travis McMichael woke up on that Sunday morning with his son Everett in his house, his goal was not to go out and kill somebody. His goal was to play with his kid. when he sat down for lunch with Everett, possibly with Greg and his mom, Lee, and sister Lindsay, his goal was not to commit a crime that day or kill somebody that day. His goal was to have a family afternoon. And when he was putting his son down at 1 o'clock or so in the afternoon, he was doing what every single person wants to and should be doing, which is taking care of their toddler son. When he got in the truck at his father's behest to find out who that person was sprinting down the road, his goal still was not to commit a crime. His goal still was not to hurt that person, but to merely investigate, to find out what was that guy doing back at the house where Matt Albanzi was motioning. And then 4 minutes later, Mr. Arbery's dead, Mr. McMichael's covered in blood, and we have what we have here and what the jury heard. And he was convicted. The jury found that his actions constituted malice murder, felony murder, and the underlying felonies. But this is not a case in which he just targeted someone recklessly, targeted someone without knowledge, misidentified someone. He knew Ahmaud Arbery. He had encountered him previously. And he had known about the fears that the neighbors felt at Mr. Arbery's continued presence. I'm not going to retry the case. The jury found that those facts did not add up to probable cause and did not justify Mr. McMichael's actions. But he didn't just go out and shoot Mr. Arbery. He only fired the shots, the fatal shots, when Mr. Arbery came at him and grabbed the gun, as Dr. Donahue demonstrated. These were not, and as reckless as those acts may have been, as Ms. Donikoski pointed out, as thoughtless as they may have been, they are not evidence of a soul so blackened as to deserve to spend the rest of his life in prison. This was not a planned murder. This was not a murder involving torture. It was a fight over a gun that resulted in Mr. Arbery's death. And for that, the jury found Mr. McMichael guilty. The state contends that 99 good acts don't overcome one bad act. And of course, legally that's true. Mr. McMichael is now a convicted felon. But 99 good acts do weigh in this court's consideration, do factor into what choice this court is going to make when sentencing Mr. McMichael to either spend the rest of his life behind bars or give him the possibility of redemption. And those acts, those 99 good acts, the court heard about those in the bond hearing. The court heard that during his time as a lifeguard at a camp for kids who have family members with terminal illnesses, that Travis McMichael actually saved the life of a boy who was drowning in the pool. The court heard that Mr. McMichael, while serving in the Coast Guard, literally saved the lives of family members who were on a boat that was taking on water. The court heard that Mr. McMichael saved the crew of a Coast Guard vessel while serving in the Coast Guard. The court heard of the letters of commendation given to Mr. McMichael by his superiors for various acts that the superiors said show superior dedication, selfless devotion to duty and consideration of others, and adherence to our core values, honor, respect, and devotion to duty. They don't excuse anything that happened on February 23rd, but when the court is weighing in the scales of justice what people deserve to spend their lives and then die in prison versus those people who deserve to be punished but then hold out hope for redemption, those are the acts the court should consider. Mr. McMichael was a devoted father to Everett. He had Everett 50% of the time, shared custody with Everett's mom, and in fact, early on was shown to be the more reliable parent, although I know that changed over time with his mom stepping up. He was a friend to many people who are now too scared to come to court and speak on his behalf. As the court knows from the testimony it heard in trial and at the bond hearing, he was always a hard worker, always had a job, never laid around letting other people support him, always paid taxes, always supported his community in a variety of ways. The discovery that we received is replete with FBI and GBI interviews of people in his community, people who told law enforcement officials of the times Mr. McMichael helped them when they were having problems, when their boat became unmoored, or when their docks were pulled off from storms, and Mr. McMichael was out there finding those things and bringing them back to the owners, or helping other people in the community.
I'll get it back on in just a second,
He
Pam.
was doing on February 23rd. Actions that, in hindsight, turned out to be thoughtless, as Ms. Donikoski said, or reckless, but were not evidence of an abandoned and malignant heart. Nothing in Travis McMichael's life suggests that he's a danger to society now, or will be a danger to society 30 years from now, after he has time to think, to work, to grow. When he's in his 60s, older than me right now, do we still want a person like Travis McMichael behind bars? That shows that he's either mentally unstable. There's nothing in his post-offense conduct that shows fully with the police. He told the police everything. Or a sociopath. He cooperated fully with police. He told the police everything he knew to tell them.
We lost something here.
Because he thought he was doing the right thing. Even if that thing turned out not to be
keeping an
right.
eye on it, got caught
He and
slipping.
Greg McMichael thought they were helping their community. They thought they were helping the police catch someone who inexplicably had been in a house, and we still don't know what he was doing in the house, on 4 or 5 different occasions. He never fled. He never tried to obstruct the investigation. When he talked to his neighbors about what happened, he always expressed remorse and disbelief. If life without parole is reserved for the worst of offenders, those who are so scary, so unpredictable, and so likely to pose a threat in the future, then it is not appropriate for someone like Travis McMichael. The only purpose of a life without parole sentence, Your Honor, is vengeance. It's retribution. And the urge to seek vengeance is strong and understandable in the family. Lord knows if I was in their position, I would be seeking the same thing.
But vengeance is not the foundation of our sentencing.
But vengeance is not the foundation of our sentencing in our criminal justice system. Redemption is. Redemption is the belief that a person can learn, can grow, and still contribute after punishment. It is pointless to continue to punish a person who has undergone changes in character that distance him from the person who committed the crime decades previously. Travis McMichael, 35 years old now, should have the opportunity to show that he's grown, to show that he's changed, and the parole board, years from now, is in the best position to determine whether he should remain behind bars or can serve a useful purpose to society. Who knows where we will be as a society in 30 years? Why make a decision today that impacts so many people long after we're gone, long after you and I are retired, hopefully, but that binds the hands of those who will have to live with this decision 3 decades hence? Why make a decision today that snuffs out all possibility of growth, of redemption in Travis McMichael? Compassion for Travis McMichael and the humility to admit that we don't know what's going to happen in the future doesn't diminish the compassion that we feel for Ahmaud Arbery's family. Their loss is real and understandable. And their desire for the maximum punishment is real and understandable. But again, that's why we have judges imposing sentence and not the families of the victim. Because there are a lot of factors this court takes into consideration: deterrence, rehabilitation, retribution. Those are all valid factors. But the only thing an LWOP sentence serves is retribution. Wouldn't it be healing for Mr. Arbery's family, for Travis McMichael to atone, to be able to express the remorse that's in his heart without the specter of a federal trial hanging over his head? And we've heard several times today that he's shown no remorse. But this court knows that no lawyer would allow Mr. McMichael to say anything about his feelings towards the family while there were 2 pending murder trials against him. When the witnesses were interviewed by law enforcement about Mr. McMichael's conversations with them, to a person, they said that he showed remorse, that he never wanted to kill somebody. He was merely trying to detain Mr. Arbery for the police. It is disingenuous and unfair to expect Mr. McMichael to express remorse with yet another trial beginning in 3 weeks, where everything he says can be used by the federal government against him. Wouldn't it be powerful, though, for Travis McMichael to look deep into himself and explore with the public, with his son Everett, why he did what he did, and in fact become a force for good while in prison and out, instead of one more old man behind bars costing taxpayers $50,000 a year or more in 30 years? Wouldn't it be healing to society for someone like Travis McMichael to be free to help heal the wounds that are certainly present in this country due to decades and decades and decades of discrimination, of racism? Wounds that we're just now beginning to try to heal. Judge, you can send a message that 4 minutes of conduct does not erase a life well lived, and that after punishment there is opportunity for redemption, an opportunity that Travis can either take advantage of and prove himself worthy or not, and that the parole board can then determine whether he should be released from prison. We are not asking you to do anything, Your Honor, but to agree that we don't know today what the future holds. We're asking you to sentence him to life with the possibility of parole if it's earned. Judge, as far as sentencing, I would disagree with the state. I believe count 7 and count 9 do merge. I believe the language of chasing Mr. Arbery through the Satilla Shores neighborhood that is stated in count 1 and also stated in counts 7 and 9. Were used up, were subsumed, and would be therefore would effectuate a merger of those crimes. In either event, this court has wide discretion in how it fashions this sentence, and we'd ask the court to exercise this discretion in favor of growth, in favor of redemption, in favor of hope, for not just the McMichael family, for not just Everett McMichael, but for the Arbery family and what Travis McMichael can prove himself worthy of in the future. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All All right, I think we're probably at a good breaking point. Let's go ahead and take a break, let everybody get some lunch. We will plan on reconvening at, let's do 1 o'clock. It's just before 12 o'clock now, and we will continue proceedings at that time. Thank you, everybody.
All right, so lunch break. This is going to be, I've been hearing the impact statements. The defense saying that 4 minutes of misconduct, in their words, does not erase a life well lived, asking for the hope for redemption, saying that the actions of these men were not among the harshest of criminals, the worst of offenders, and they deserve redemption and do not deserve to die in prison. The Arbery family giving very powerful impact statements, as Ahmaud Arbery's father, Marcus Arbery, saying, quote, "When I close my eyes, I see his execution over and over, and I'll see it for the rest of my life. Ahmaud will never get a chance to get married and do other things that young men do," saying that they absolutely are asking for life in prison without the possibility of parole. Before we take a quick break, I want to bring in former DeKalb County Prosecutor Robert James to talk through everything we just heard. What stands out most to you as now Judge Timothy Walmsley takes everything he's heard to make his final determination of the sentencing in this case?
Well, he's going to have a tough decision. As previously stated, look, I watched it. The victim impact statements of Ahmaud Arbery's family, it's powerful, among the most powerful I've ever seen. They made us know who he was. We spent the majority of this trial not talking about the victim, and they put the focus back on the victim in this case, and it was just powerful. On the other hand, the defendant's lawyer, really made strong arguments saying that, listen, this was terrible what happened. The jury has found that this, in fact, was murder, but life without parole should be reserved for the worst of the worst. And there's nothing here that we've heard that would classify this as the worst of the worst. There was no torture. There was no advanced planning. I think, as the defense lawyer put it, he just went out thinking that he was helping his community. Obviously there's rebuttal to that and there's difference of opinion, but I do think it was a strong argument and the judge is going to have to weigh it.
You make a very important point as this trial centered around the final moments of Ahmaud Arbery's life. And today we got to hear from Marcus Arbery, his father, from Jasmine Arbery, his sister, and Wanda Cooper Jones, his mother, about their memories of the young man born on Mother's
Why they
Day
didn't have that white woman lawyer get up and speak, talking about his damn dirty toenails. That bitch need to be locked up too.
And her saying that those were the very things she believes made
with
him
that rat nest on her fucking
for these
head.
men to take his life.
Evil hoe.
That was powerful. What I thought when his sister was speaking was beautiful, because that's what she's describing. A beautiful person both inside and out.
You're right, BG.
That beautiful came from his ethnic traits.
What in the hell do the judge have to go in the back
I think she talked about
for? We all know that they deserve life.
The broadness of his nose, how his black skin glistened, in the sunlight.
Yeah, remember they got federal charges too. I've been researching that, and they already been doing pre-trial hearings on the federal shit.
And ultimately killed, and so it's ironic.
So they said expect to hear stuff that they left out with the state charges. I don't know who would want to have sex with that Elmer Fudd looking motherfucker.
Travis McMichael's lawyer reminding the judge that he's the father of a toddler and really painting that picture of a caring father who deserves to have more time with his son. So now Judge Timothy Walmsley, who was brought in from the Savannah area because all the local judges in Glynn County recused themselves, he takes a moment, he'll make his decision. We really appreciate your insight all morning long, Mr. James, and we'll touch base with you again in just a little bit. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to reset and join us now for 11 Live News at noon in just a moment.
I'm gonna just keep it on, fam. I don't want to mess up nothing, that back and forth stuff. I'll just leave it and everything. And forgive me. Y'all know usually I try to do things to the best of my ability in a cleaner fashion. I didn't realize you were hearing my family in the background. No, you didn't miss anything. People can backtrack and look at it. I'm just glad that the father didn't get up there because I was cringing. You know, I had said day one I had some concerns about the Ahmaud's father, and I was afraid that he was gonna get up there, you know, forgiving, because you know, seemed like Pops be sucking on that bottle a little bit too strong and stuff like that. Because you remember when they gave that little placard, the Ahmaud Arbery Day, and Ahmaud's uncles and stuff was there, and you could tell the family they got a little drinking problem. And I was like, wow, I hope he don't say nothing stupid. But the one thing is, I know whatever he read, he probably went over with Ahmaud's mother, and he don't want to piss Ahmaud's mother off and stuff. So it's just best that Pops don't talk that much. But isn't it ironic now they want to sit up and have great remorse, you know, now mercy on the courts and stuff. See, the thing, my royal family, that I have picked up on them, okay, these pigs, they'll murder us and then they'll run out real quick and have a press conference. Do you know they don't even like answering to us, and that chips them down, even though 9 times out of 10 they're going to get away with it. But we are clearly seeing that their ending of their year and their beginning of their year is not faring well, and we will continue to see more and more of this. And one of the big factors is what I keep saying over and over: who would be the first to get the wrath? See, she can't keep her mouth shut. When that so-called lawyer got up there and talked about his dirty toenails, she couldn't control herself. She couldn't control herself. She has to do it. She wants this thing to keep going. And I rarely make guarantees, but I'm gonna make a guarantee of this: we will see increasingly the white man slamming down the white woman, because she's making things worse with her raggedy mouth and her dusty ways at the end of the day. So like I said, I'm not going to shut anything down. Just give people opportunity to backtrack and hear this stuff, but they need to just hurry up and get with it. I don't even know why the hell they even having a damn lunch. You know, why prolong this shit? Let's get down with it. Stop playing. You already know what you was gonna do. It don't matter what anybody's saying there. That judge already know what he gonna do. So they be playing. It said, did the state ask for life without parole for Ruddy? It seems like they didn't. Yeah, I was listening to some stuff talking about they are all so sorry. But you know what? I want to ask y'all a question that has stuck in my head for the longest about this case. Now, this is my perception. The filming of Ahmaud Arbery's outright lynching, they keep giving this impression that this animal that was filming it and chasing him down in the vehicle, like he just joined in. But the thing that they also were talking about, the actual footage that they had filming that, they were secretly passing that around. I don't care what anybody say. All 3 of them was in cahoots together. He didn't just happen to say, oh, they chasing a black man down the street, I'm gonna film it and everything like that. But see, what he did and how I looked at it was right there after Ahmaud was slaughtered right there, then he started separating himself from them, like he didn't know who they were. And they never balked about it, because that would have showed that they were all in cahoots together. I don't know if anybody thought about that or looked at it that way, or maybe I'm way off. Do anybody got any opinions about that? I'm on 2 different channels, so I'm going back and forth. Yeah. I'm back over here on my backup channel, True Royal. And I always wondered about that because I was like, okay, they filmed it and they arrogantly thought that filming it would exonerate them. But before the footage of that, they were using it as a form of entertainment or porn in one sense. And the DAs, they seen it because there's another DA, and I forgot his name, that also recused himself. Before he recused himself, he wrote a letter saying basically that that they didn't do anything wrong. But the motherfucker had the video and he's seen the outright lynching of this black man. And then you're going to make that extra effort to write a letter, you know, because you're looking out for your cronies and all that kind of stuff. I mean, nepotism was all wrapped up in this to the fullest. And another thing that I noticed, that the pigs that were down there on ground zero, they wasn't question enough for me. You know, I seen that footage of them pigs down there, the way they was treating them, and they had Ahmaud's blood all over them and all that kind of shit. That shit pissed me off. Yeah, the daughter do need to be locked up too. You're absolutely right. Yeah, but you know, I do agree that they are sorry. They are some sorry motherfuckers. Y'all see why I don't like that word? Yeah, you sorry. You're sorry because your ass is locked up. You're sorry because your ass is caught. And now you got federal charges too, as well. But that's just something that this was always on my mind about that. So I'm gonna step away for a hot minute. I gotta feed my granddaughter breakfast. And excuse me, because somebody was mad at me on the backup channel, said this is ghetto. I had forgot that y'all could hear us, hear my family in the background. But you made her oatmeal?
I'm gonna make it now.
Okay. All right. Yeah, my daughter works from home, but she works here from the house. And y'all know I watch the baby. So I try to do a lot of activities with her. But I appreciate all of y'all. And I appreciate the donations too. Because there's a lot of people been but they thought that Delta variant was strong. This other variant is knocking them down. My daughter's husband is a nurse, but he works at a high school. He went to work today. The school is completely shut down. But see, you know, they can't use when the one word that it's certain words you shouldn't use, and one of them words is never. They said they would never shut it down again, and they eating these words because these you know, the Rona and them variants mutating and showing out. So did anybody lose their wrench? Yeah, Yosemite Sam and Elmer Fudd about to get the clinker. Hey, did anybody go over there and listen to Lisa's video that she put up about that dude with them horns? And he all butthurt because he locked up, talking about he was trying to calm people down. No, you thought that shit was cute. You thought he was going to get him a special diet. His mama supports him. He still live with his mama. You know, they always try to make it look like black men just live with their mamas. We ain't so cute now wearing them damn horns. And then he gonna demand a special diet. Anybody who have ever been to jail, no, you don't get no special diet. You get whatever the fuck they feed your ass. And you can ask a ditty if you want. That's good, huh, baby? Ooh, I see somebody. You know what? Y'all gotta let me know. I see somebody who has donated to me, supported this channel. We didn't converse behind the scenes, and you don't have a wrench. They be taking these wrenches away. Every stream I do, I have to make sure y'all get y'all wrenches back. And then I try to remember to give people wrenches that I have seen around. Okay, there's another one. Don. I know you, Don, you got a wrench on my main channel. So y'all popping up over here on the backup channel. So, and sometimes y'all got to realize I'm working behind the scenes, so I don't see everything. And now today I'm doing 2 streams at once. So, okay, Don, make sure you got a wrench over here. Right now I'm looking on the backup channel. Raymond, you never had one? Okay. There's some rules behind this. And you know, I don't have a lot of rules. Don't ask me, can y'all get rid of someone? If they talking greasy or grimy to you, get rid of their ass. The only rule that the other rule I have is don't converse with the enemy. Get rid of their ass. You ain't gonna get no damn notifications, Brother Sly. That's what they do. Yeah, you sure will. You will starve. He in there making demands, talking about what you know, like somebody gonna run down to Trader Joe's or something like that and get him a special meal. Suck on one of them damn horns. Thought that shit was cute. That shit is disgraceful what they did. And they was talking about it yesterday. What they did up there at the state capitol. And they still trying to blame black folks. We ain't had nothing to do with that. Y'all sitting up there and shit it all over this place. There's another one of y'all. Okay, some of y'all I see. Okay, I'm still here on the backup. Trying to make sure people get their wrench. I rarely take wrenches away. I've had people tell me, well, they didn't deserve a wrench. They do this and that. Well, as long as they cool with me. She busting this one up. It's almost gone.
Wow.
Look.
That's good.
Mm-hmm.
This is still a little hot, but I mixed it with this is the maple brown sugar one. I mixed it with a little plain oatmeal, and I put some of that almond milk in it.
Yeah, that's what
the toasted coconut. It smells so good.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
She's eating her applesauce.
It's pretty much gone.
There's somewhere at the bottom. Try to get her to eat the rest of that.
Okay.
All right, back to work.
All right. Here.
You're doing
Yeah, it's a live stream.
They can hear us.
Yeah, they heard us.
Hello.
Here. You don't want no more? Your mommy fixed you some oatmeal. It's got to cool down a little bit. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, I'm going to switch over here to the main channel. And as I converse with folks here over here on the main channel. So we'll be back in rotation. Anybody lose their wrench? Let me know. Anybody want a wrench? Let me know. Y'all heard the rules. I would ask y'all to be respectful towards each other. You don't have to agree with me on this channel. You may highly disagree with me. It's just how we disagree. We still show each other respect. Sometimes y'all be at each other's throats. I stay out of it. Y'all usually work it out. Sometimes it's a misunderstanding. We are in the retrograde phase. It is still staging. But I have repeatedly told y'all, it doesn't matter from the time it's staged to the time it hit direct to the time it descends. The magnetic forces from planet Mercury are felt. And I'll be doing a video about that this weekend. Yeah, they heard us back there, Nadia. We was singing, doing nursery rhymes, your letters. You want to take your robe off? Here. Yeah. Yeah. Take off your little robe.
No.
Everybody hear you back there. The noise in the back, you hear my granddaughter. I choose not to shut this stream off because I don't want to set up another stream. So we got a gap in between. They having a bullshit ass lunch. I wonder is the McMichaels and that Elmer Fudd looking dude family gonna get up and speak? Did y'all, boy, you know what? I don't know how I missed that, fam. When I seen McMichael's wife and mama, woo, that woman looked like a straight linebacker. She need to be drafted. She really do. And people were saying that the sound was much better on my backup channel opposed to my main channel. Isn't that something? They be playing with the sounds. Can you get a cup of oat milk? Yeah, some oat milk mixed with some almond milk. Look at them emojis. Oh my goodness. That woman looked rough. They be playing around too much. Why prolong this stuff? But there's some more sentencing coming up. Who else got to be sentenced? Oh, that cop Kim Powder. She gonna be sentenced in March. I mean, not in March, in February. I've been doing some research on Killer House. The families are filing civil suits against him. Why they treat him like he a damn rock star and everything. Something Mr. Superboy said that really stuck out to me. As young as he is, he got a lot of living to do. And I don't get the impression that the family, they real uncouth. You found out that Kyle's mother is fighting behind the scenes to get that bond money. She didn't put up no bond money. People donated that shit. And his mama looked like straight Miss Piggy. Well, Miss Piggy looked better than that. Oh, that's an ugly looking woman. Okay, here, baby. There you go. Say thank you. Yeah, they take entirely too many damn breaks for me. Do this sentence and get this shit out the way. Put them cuffs back on them and have them take that perk walk. You're welcome. She said thank you to me. They ain't gave them the time yet. You know, they gave some impact statements and shit, and then, oh, let's take a lunch. I mean, damn. £300. Her head is probably about 300 pounds. I seen a picture of that woman when she was young. She didn't look no different. You know how sometimes somebody might have a fleeting moment of looking decent. Even in her youth, she was looking jacked. Shit, they could take when I was working, that's what we got. Anybody who ever worked construction, you don't get no hour lunch. And before I retired out of the field of construction, we had just started getting breaks, and they would only give us 2 10-minute breaks. You get a half an hour lunch. So it was like unusual taking a break. Anybody that's ever worked construction, because you know I'm a welder, that's my trade. And you know, and we preferred it like that. We didn't want to be taking no long ass lunches, get that work done so we can go get home. Yeah, you're right, Terry. You're right about that. But you know something else I picked up on about that. When you look at the makeup of the family, and I've seen this kind of stuff because this country is so shallow. If Killer House, wait just a second. What'd you say, babe?
I can't get it.
I can do it.
You got me.
They can hear you talk.
Oh, okay.
It family burped. Babe,
I think something down in there.
it burped. I got it to burp.
Huh?
I got it to burp.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
With that one there?
Yeah. It just said a straight burp. Now it's receding slowly. I'll just have to clean up the whole bathroom. Water everywhere. Shit.
I'm gonna get my coffee right quick. I'm put it in the plate here.
Okay.
You got it?
Yeah, it's still going down.
The room got a snake too.
Baby.
I wish I get some.
Yeah.
I wonder if I should get
Wait a second.
I wanted something stuck down there.
Here. I want to put some towels around it because I don't want it to flood.
Okay.
It's all clean water, so I ain't worried about it. But we gotta get
Go get a snake.
not a snake in the garage.
Yeah, because
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I kept saying I'm live.
oh, okay.
And you might say something you don't look like you do.
I just tell her I got it, that's all. Yeah, do it later. Let's do it after your program. Yeah, let's use the bathroom upstairs. Something else down there, huh? I guess a red devil. Yeah. Yeah, it's our level. The Chinese and the Mexicans, they do fast work, but you know, they,
Yeah, they do fast, cheap work.
yeah,
And,
they don't be right.
yeah, we gotta do work right.
To get the cheapest person possible, just run in and do it.
They need to bring their ass on back. Need no damn lunch. Some bullshit. Sitting up here playing, making sure they eat some fucking Burger King.
Okay, babe. The tank is full and the toilet is full. I don't know what's wrong with it. Only got the thing that's taken. Yeah. If it was something wrong with it, I don't know what to do. But it's really a good one.
Oh, you trying to burp it and stuff?
It didn't burp 1,000 times. I heard it burp. And that's what you do. The main thing, the main thing we should be happy about is, the main thing we should be happy about, it ain't floating shit with this, it's clean
Yeah,
water.
that's why I sucked all that shit out.
Yeah. And, it needs to be sucked out. So that thing is just sitting up there overloaded like
All
that.
right, let me just suck it out.
Okay? Just pour it down the tub. Did you suck, would you suck up what's on the floor? Or I can do it. Oh, okay. Ooh, damn.
Something stuck in there, like I said.
You tell them what it could be. Because I don't be doing foolish stuff to the toilet. Yeah. And it's ironic after they use the bathroom, then it start. You can play it right there right over the sink.
I had some water on it, baby.
Oh, okay. Here. Here. Let it dry thorough. Must be my ride. I said, I guess he's trying to be funny acting by changing up his phone. We're gonna need you. Mm-hmm. No, what it is his bag of tricks done ran out. Just leave that there as a barrier. That's not a water. We live. We are live. Well, retrograde, my royal family is kicking our ass. My downstairs bathroom is flooded. The toilet is overfilled with clean water. Don't got no shit and piss floating. So my husband got the shop vac sucking up the water. That's retrograde for you. But I was in there trying to fix it too. Me and my husband both of us do repairs together. Let's see what's going on here. See if we can refresh this. Okay. Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna go check to make sure, because I see here on the main channel it did that old goofy shit again. So let's get that straight before this live start again. And what I can do is I'm gonna take the screen share down and get this thing going. Let me see, live. So I'm putting the live back up. Ain't nothing popping. And right now I'll just leave it with my avatar on it because I know y'all tired of looking at their asses. Let me go over here to my backup channel. Do the same thing. Okay, yeah, we got it on that. Okay, wait a minute. On my main channel, excuse me. All right, I'm gonna rectify that. Yeah, you're right, Queen Benton. It is a bunch of B shit. I don't even know why the fuck they taking lunch. You're getting on my nerves with the bullshit. Okay. Come on, baby. Let me help Grandma. Come on, baby. Let's go. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna get that straight right now, fam. Mm-hmm.
Oops. Can y'all hear that?
Who stated that.
All right, fam. Here on the backup channel, I'm going to do the recap. Some people might have missed it. That'll give us doing that right now on the backup channel. Okay. All righty.
Opportunities to stop, to think. And here's the real problem. Greg and Michael was former law enforcement, as they pointed out repeatedly. And Travis McMichael had served in the Marines. I'm not the Marines, the Coast Guard, as they pointed out repeatedly.
Okay,
So
there you go,
here we have
fam.
some men who should have known better. Should have known better. Vigilantism always goes wrong. You wait for the professionals to show up. The professionals who are in marked cars. The professionals who are in uniforms. The professionals who are going to do it right because they have something to lose. The professionals with body cams. The professionals such as Officer Rash, who just would have stopped Mr. Arbery and said, hey, I'm going to put you on the phone with Larry English so Larry English can tell you to please not to come back. And they should have known that.
Oh yeah, me too.
They
She
had
don't play that shit.
alternatives. They had choices. But instead, Travis McMichael, who stated he was putting his son Everett down for a nap, who stated that his father had all these medical and health problems, didn't say, no, Dad, I'm putting Everett down. No, Dad, you need to stay here. He grabbed his shotgun, which he said was propped up in a corner in that house, to go with his father. And Greg McMichael was willing to get into that pickup truck and sit in a child's seat to go chase after Mr. Arbery. Greg McMichael attempted to control the narrative from the get-go at the scene. His statements were all about how they were justified, how it was self-defense, how Mr. Arbery attacked his son. When the unknown man came up to Greg McMichael at the scene, because of course the police hadn't put Mr. McMichael anywhere, told him not to talk to anybody. He was running around the scene talking to everybody. And when talking to this unknown man who walked up to give him water, he basically said, no, this guy's an asshole. He is 20 feet from Mr. Arbery's body, referring to Mr. Arbery as an asshole. There's been no remorse shown, and certainly no empathy from either man. Because empathy would have said, hey, how must this look to this person that we're chasing? Are we terrifying this person? Are we scaring them? No empathy for the trapped and terrified Ahmaud Arbery. There was thoughtlessness as to the consequences, thoughtlessness as to the alternatives. There was vigilantism. And because of that, we're asking for Travis McMichael and Greg McMichael to be sentenced to life with the possibility of parole. Travis McMichael on count 1, malice murder. Greg McMichael on felony murder count 2, with the prior sentences or the underlying charges to run concurrent consecutive per the state's prior statement. The state is going to guess that the defense will probably say that these men served their country, they served the community. Travis in the Coast Guard, Greg McMichael at the district attorney's office, but we all know it is not the 99 things you do right, not the 99 good deeds that you do. But when you take another person's life, it can't be undone. It can't be taken back. There is no do-over. It's final. And that means caution must prevail. Thoughtfulness, empathy, and insight must prevail, not vigilantism. With regard to Mr. Bryan, his actions speak for themselves. He contributed to the death of Ahmaud Arbery in a significant way. The court is familiar with his actions. The court is familiar with his statements, with his level of cooperation with Agent Seacrest afterwards. And given his actions and statements in this case, the state is asking for a life with the possibility of parole sentence. And that would be on count 3 with 15 years consecutive on probation for Mr. Bryan. Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to ask for no fucking possibility with parole. Fuck him.
Yeah. Mr. Rivens.
My granddaughter, she's almost 2.
Your Honor, for 150 years, judges in cases in which defendants were convicted of murder were authorized to impose a life sentence. That was the only sentence available. In 2009, the legislature expanded the judge's discretion and now allows a judge to impose both a life sentence with the possibility of parole and a life sentence without the possibility of parole, and gives absolutely, as Mr. Goff pointed out, no guidance to the court as to what factors to take into account when differentiating between people convicted of murder. But I know this court, Your Honor, has been on the bench long enough and has tried a number of cases, including murder.
All right, they're back. Let me see if I can get this thing going right. Let's see what's up. What's up? Okay, we got a glitch.
Anyway, what do you think of Joanne?
Oh no.
I think Joanne, she's
Oh no, we don't want to watch no more Povich. Sentence all right. Next live broadcast. Oh damn. They changed up the game. Boy, these people full of it today. Okay, so they took it down, fam. And I'm gonna have to just keep a watch on it. What we was watching, they took that down. Y'all seen that with your own eyes. On my main channel, I see something playing. Let me check it here. Okay, yeah. Beyond my control.
I'm Cheryl Preheim with this 11 Live special report. We are just moments away now from the court being
okay. They getting ready to get back in section. We're gonna get it going. Bear with me, fam.
2 days after they were found guilty.
Let me get this thing right.
I'm going to take you now to the judge who is continuing this part of the sentencing process.
Oh, here come this dog bitch.
Your Honor, I want to begin by just addressing some case law that seems to apply to the piling on of the additional felonies, which is the state's position. The court to Noel versus the state, 297 Georgia 698, a 2015 case. And it says, in fact, what Ms. Dunikoski's position is, that the additional felony murder counts will be vacated by operation of law. when they involve the same victim. But in that case, there was.
Okay, there we go,
as
fam.
there is in this case, additional.
Bear with me,
felonies
because I got to
which
get it on the
in
other
Noel,
channel.
There was a question about whether the trial court should have also sentenced and not merged those into the felony murder counts, which were vacated by operation of law. I want to make a separate argument. This is the first time we've heard of this morning. I know of no law that prohibits the court from conducting merger before the vacating of the by operation of law. So in other words, if you were to merge the underlying felonies into the felony murder counts, and then those counts are vacated by operation of law, we don't even need to consider this. But in Noel, this Georgia Supreme Court case, this court concluded that the trial court had failed to sentence on the underlying felonies that were the predicates for those felony murder counts that were vacated by operation of law, but did not automatically say that the trial court erred in not sentencing on those. In Noel, the Supreme Court ordered the trial court to make a determination, and I quote, whether the remaining non-murder felonies merge as a matter of fact into the felony murder conviction, and that's why the case was remanded back. And interestingly, in the Noel case, the Hewlett case is cited, 296 Georgia 49. That's a 2014 Georgia Supreme Court case. Same issue as before about the felony murders being vacated by operation of law. And then but in Hewlett, it was a malice murder case as well. But it gave some instruction, and I suppose that's why the Noel court relied on Hewlett, gave some instruction about whether there would in fact be merger. And in Hewlett, the important distinction was whether the felony that then led to felony murder was followed almost immediately by the death of another. So the question was whether there was a, quote, deliberate interval between the offense and the death. For those reasons, Your Honor, I asked the court to find as a matter of fact that those felonies do merge and that there is no reason and no statutory obligation for the court to sentence on the other remaining felonies that the state wishes to proceed on.
So I understand what you're saying. What you're saying is there's no deliberate interval then, because there's other cases.
Yes,
You gave it
I
up.
just realized that I put that. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, Your Honor, that all of this took place in a continuing manner, that there was no stop and start between the beginning of the chase, we'll call it, and the end, which led to the tragic death. So for that reason, I think that it can be distinguished from some of the other cases that Ms. Donikoski may be relying on. But it certainly stands for the proposition that simply because the felony murders are vacated by operation of law does not mean that the underlying felonies have to be sentenced upon. They don't still exist. They aren't still there. There still is a question of merger by operation of fact. All right? Between the two statutory sentencing options that are before this court, the state is asking for the sentence of life without the possibility of parole. And they made that position known back in September of 2020, specifically September 16th of 2020, when they filed a notice of the state's intention to introduce evidence in aggravation of punishment. And in that notice, Your Honor, under the final box that's checked. The state indicated that it intended to seek life without the possibility of parole by relying upon 3 statutory code sections: 1651, which is simply the murder statute; 1710-2, which is the statute of criminal procedure that provides for what we're doing here today, the presentation of evidence in support of any sentence that each party is seeking. And finally, 1710-6.1 is the 3rd code section on which the state relied in seeking life without the possibility of parole. And in that code section, that is, as the court knows, set forth the inability for any individual who is incarcerated for the first time on an aggravating, on a violent felony, which results in a sentence of life with the possibility of parole, to not be considered for any form of release or parole until after the service of 30 years in prison. Those were the reasons the state said we seek punishment of the defendant in this manner. And at the top of their notice of seeking aggravation of punishment, the state indicated in September of 2020 that they intend to introduce evidence of any convictions, juvenile adjudications, and other crimes of the defendant furnished as part of the reciprocal discovery. What the court knows is that there are no other crimes, and no other pieces of evidence support that statutory ground for seeking aggravation of punishment. So in the absence of that sort of evidence, which is the evidence the state indicated back in September it would provide, an absence, as the court knows from the bond hearing, having had those documents provided to it, there is an absence criminal history by Greg McMichael, which is a significant consideration of what sentence to impose. So, without any aggravating evidence set forth in the notice, the state has told this court now, we wish to simply rely on the facts of the case. And in particular, what Ms. Dunikoski is number one, what she called a pattern of vigilantism. But every example she gave was not, in fact, vigilantism, using gathering folks who have no authority to do so, and taking the law in your own hands. Her examples were notifications that Greg McMichael made to law enforcement about suspicious people in their neighborhood. And in fact, that is exactly what a neighborhood watch is all about. That's what Officer Rash testified to you. We can't survive without neighbors who will let us know what's going on and provide us the evidence to investigate crime. Very different. Not at all related to some sort of pattern of vigilantism, which is a violent act. The second fact on which the state said that they were relying, based on the facts of the case, to seek an aggravation of punishment from a life with parole, meaning no consideration for anything less than 30 years, all the way up to life with absolutely no window of opportunity, is that Greg McMichael has shown no remorse or empathy. The difficulty of our adversarial system, a system that is the best system we know of, is that it still leaves no opportunity for an accused to turn and be the person you know he's been for 30 years, for 66 years, and offer condolences to another person for their sadness and for their loss. The other problem with the adversarial system that I know all too well is that an individual who is committed to telling the stories, to explaining to a jury how an individual got where they are right now, often feels like a defense attack on the surviving relatives of this loved one. A vigorous defense often results in the sadness of people who have lost a loved one. Based on the facts, but those are the roles that we honorably take on. Our remaining stoic in the face of heartbreaking testimony this morning from people who have lost a loved one is because that's our role in this courtroom. This court has very handily taken care of emotional outbursts to make sure that we're dealing with law and facts and not the kind of thing that can otherwise affect a court or a system that should remain free of those sorts of emotions. So, Your Honor, like Mr. Rubin said, it really isn't anything that I suspect the court will be taking into consideration, the fact that Greg McMichael didn't and couldn't stand up and offer his genuine sadness and condolence for the loss of a loved one. Because he's facing other crimes. He's facing charges and trials on other crimes, criminally and civilly. And I hope the court knows that what we need to do to tell his story in any case involving justification, of which there was sufficient evidence to move forward with a request to charge, is that there has to be a
Now y'all know why I don't do video during the day, because this baby is very busy.
full-throated explanation to a jury.
I know it's
about
irritating
how it
some
is
people.
That an individual put himself in a place where our clients felt they had to defend themselves. It must be terribly difficult to hear when it concerns your loved one who's no longer here. And it probably feels cold. But the court knows those are our roles, and it's the only way to make sure that our system operates as it should. So, Your Honor, with no statutory aggravating circumstances, like in a death penalty case, how do you decide? We now know there are no statutory aggravators based on the notice. We now have told you about how the factors that the state said arise out of the trial actually escalate this out of life with parole to life without parole. I suggest to the court that we rely on a wonderful—
Anybody want a wrench, let me know.
That the federal United States sentencing guidelines set up and the United States Code, and that's you look at two things. You look at—
Remember, she said his toenails was dirty.
Circumstances of the offense, and you look at the history and the characteristics of the defendant.
Her dog ass hair.
Let's talk number one about of what happened in order to respect the jury's verdict is to listen to the jury's verdict. The jury found that Greg McMichael, as a party to the crime, committed felonies that unintentionally
She full of shit.
Ahmaud Arbery's death. After deliberating for over 10 hours, over 2 days, they came back with a unanimous verdict that says, in effect, Greg McMichael did not leave his home that day hoping to kill. He did not view his son firing that shotgun with anything other than fear and sadness. What this jury found is that this was an unintentional act.
Please.
One that Greg McMichael did not plan.
So now you blaming the victim again, who's 6 feet under.
to have the result
You
that
racist,
happened.
dusty bitch.
So if life without parole is a sentence that is held for only the worst of the worst, it simply can't be a sentence for a person who never intended that tragic result that took place.
No, he
on
intended
February
it because he said
23rd.
that he would have killed him his
If you
damn
never
self.
wanted another person to die
Please.
as a result
Let's play the
of
footage, bitch.
activities you took part in, you can't be the worst of the worst. Secondly, Your Honor, under 1710(2), the things that this court should consider, you should take in account extenuating or mitigating evidence that you heard in trial. Heard in trial based on the presentation of evidence over several days that Greg McMichael sought to detain Ahmaud Arbery for one reason and one reason only. It was not for sport. It was not for evil. It was for the same reason that the police who repeatedly came to Satilla's shores came there for. It was to get to the bottom of Ahmaud Arbery's nighttime intrusion into Larry English's house.
Bitch, you just putting a nail in the coffin for them.
Spoken by this jury,
You just
based
can't
on
help
their
yourself.
understanding
But
of
she's
the
being true to
law
her
of
nature.
citizen's arrest,
I feel you,
found
P.
that Greg
P.
McMichael did not possess
D.
the
Tucker.
information
I
he
feel you.
needed to possess to attempt to execute
That hole
a
need to be
citizen's
cut.
arrest. And that meant that Travis was
Oh,
not
yes,
in
she
a
did.
position to defend himself
Passion Black one.
because he was the initial aggressor. If there was no citizen's arrest that could be supported by the facts and the law. That is the offense that you heard. A reason that is not an evil reason, not a reason of hate, not a reason of anything other than trying to help other people to get to the bottom.
Well, why you didn't
of
get the
slave
other
market.
people that was running in and out of that
Further
place?
support of extenuating and mitigating circumstances from the trial, you saw in the video itself. As painful as it was to watch, I'm sure the court does recall that when you saw Greg McMichael in the back of the pickup truck, in the bed of the pickup truck, not directing, not doing anything that's going to be the person who's advancing the progression of this from the chase, the attempt to stop and detain Ahmaud Arbery into what it ultimately became. You most importantly saw that Greg McMichael never even sought to remove his handgun from its holster until after you heard the first shot. The first shot that took place in front of that pickup truck. So while he's on the phone begging.
All right,
for
Passion One. Thank you
911
for
to come help,
your support,
that
Queen.
is the moment he removed his handgun and never fired a shot. That is the nature and the circumstances of the offense that this court heard and upon which the jury reached their verdict. So now the history and the characteristics.
Oh, okay.
Of Greg
All right.
McMichael. Because we know that history is the only reliable measure of a person's character. Greg McMichael is 66 years old. So, Ms. Dunikoski, there has not been just 99 good deeds, but more like thousands and thousands of big and little good acts of kindness, charity, goodwill
Please.
throughout this man's life.
Here we go.
Greg
Bust out the
McMichael
violins.
is a good man.
No, he not. He a racist, dog ass bitch
None
married to a horse.
But he's lived a good life. A life.
He's
dedicated
slow. He didn't know how to
to
pass a
service.
simple test that
And
they make for
that
y'all.
does
Oh, let me do the
count.
speaking.
The choices he made as
He wasn't even a
young
real
man,
cop. They stripped him of his badge.
all
They
the
stripped him
way
of his
through
gun,
the rest of his
and
life,
they took the
to
car from him
serve,
too.
not to acquire wealth, not to do anything that brought extreme attention.
Get on your
to
knees,
himself,
bitch.
but to quietly go through the business of choosing career options to help other people. You heard at the bond hearing and during the trial of this case.
Y'all know when I did them recaps?
Michael chose as a young man.
Tell that bitch to shut up so we can get this shit over with.
By enlisting in the Navy. And after an honorable discharge, some years later decided to serve his community. Over 30 years in law enforcement. He was not a
job
patrol officer.
Yeah, the white man is always good. Yeah.
Then later,
yeah, like I said, you know, we just existing. We're bad
because he sought power.
We done got killed in our sleep.
Anything like that. Were never any complaints about him being aggressive, about him seeking to take matters in his own hands without seeking the appropriate backups. He was not a gun-toting, aggressive officer. His wife testified during the bond hearing.
His horse.
One matter of pride that Greg McMichael always had.
There's some water?
He never had to discharge his weapon during the service of his community. And of course, he wasn't a law enforcement officer or an investigator for the DA's office for money.
How long you gonna let this whole talk? We're half an hour into this shit.
He did it to serve and protect other people. His post file that the court had into evidence during the bond hearing indicated numbers of commendations and notes from people in the community indicating how grateful they were for his willingness to participate in a case, for his willingness to go the extra mile, for his kindness to families of people who had lost loved ones. Things that are above and beyond the work that he needed to do. Those examples of commitment, of empathy and kindness are further examples of who Greg McMichael is. He is a husband for over 38 years through thick and thin to the woman that he met and married months later. He's a son, a brother, a father, and a devoted grandfather. So yes, that's how I stand before you, Your Honor, representing Greg McMichael, who has now been convicted of murder. And I say without hesitation, he remains a man of goodness. For 66 years, I calculated that's 24,105 days of life on this planet. And we're here, not for a small matter, not as if all of the other erases what happened on that day, but we are here for a driveway decision to pursue Ahmaud Arbery and a 5-minute chase that ended in tragedy. He needs to be punished. But how that contrast between a life of goodwill and service and the bad decisions that were made that day that resulted in a tragedy that the jury said unanimously he never intended could end up in the state seeking the sort of sentence that is devised for the worst of the worst is not consistent. In many courtrooms, Your Honor, that I appear in, right behind the judge, and it might be that way in Chatham County, there is the seal of the state of Georgia. And our Georgia state seal has 3 words on it: wisdom, justice, but most importantly, moderation. Life without parole versus life with the possibility of parole may be nothing more than academic for a 66-year-old man with significant health problems, because it means 30 years at the very least.
He didn't have no health problems when he was out there doing what he was doing. He was thugging out.
An important distinction. It will affect all sorts of other things that could happen to Greg McMichael while he's in prison. But most significantly, it is the only way, Your Honor, to honor the jury's verdict that Greg McMichael committed crimes for which he never intended the result. For that reason, for the lack of evidence of aggravation, for the presence of significant evidence of extenuation and mitigation, we ask the court to sentence Mr. McMichael to life with the possibility of parole.
Bye, bitch. Yeah, I did. Remember I did that video about the daughters of the Confederacy?
Mr. Goff.
Your Honor, we're going to take a short recess before we proceed.
What? We need no damn recess.
Let's make it realistic. Let's take a 10-minute recess.
Oh, shit.
Thank you.
You let this hoe get up here and speak for a half an hour,
There you have it.
and then you need a fucking recess?
Judge Walmsley, Superior Court Judge Timothy Walmsley will now take a 10-minute recess before the final attorney for the third man convicted in the murder of Ahmaud Arbery, William Roddy Bryant.
You right. They are pussyfooting.
They're arguing why they believe the judge should choose life with the possibility of parole versus life with no parole in the conviction.
They're getting on my fucking nerves.
Arbery in February of 2020. These three men were sentenced 42 days ago. It was the day after.
Yeah, I feel you, Volcanus.
This was the
Now all of a sudden he got all these health problems.
This proceeding before a lunch break, we heard from Ahmaud Arbery's family for their victims' impact statements, rather. Marcus Arbery, Ahmaud Arbery's father, shared, so did his sister Jasmine Arbery and his mother, Wanda Cooper Jones. And the attorneys for the state, the lead prosecutor, gave her argument why this crime does in fact deserve to be punishable with parole. And all three.
We gotta hear Irma Fudd. I don't like. Oh Lord, this shit is like pulling my fucking teeth.
That what is justice in this case is life without parole. Ahmaud Arbery's father, Marcus, talked about the key piece of evidence that I'm certain you have seen, that's been broadcast all over the world. The piece of evidence that is the reason.
You're getting on my nerves, man. I'm highly irritated today.
Of the killing in that Scintilla Shores neighborhood in Brunswick during the day while Ahmaud.
I gotta keep taking these fucking breaks.
Once that cell phone video was released, only then was there a pursuit of arrests and charges in this case. But it stood out to me that Marcus Arbery, Ahmaud's father, said that while that video is the reason that they can get justice, is key.
You ain't missing. Whoever in here, y'all ain't missed nothing. They just pussyfooting. We need to get down to business.
Of their son's life, and his quote was, "When I close my eyes, I see his execution over and over, and I'll see it for the rest of my life." So that was the appeal from the state side. Now the appeal from the defense side, and what we're hearing first from Travis McMichael's attorney was to appeal to the judge to remember that he's a young father with a toddler who never intended to take someone's life that day, that they said, yes, he needs to be punished, but not by never seeing a free day outside of prison again. And then we heard a similar argument just now from Gregory McMichael's attorney, the father of Travis McMichael, saying that his crime was not for evil, nor a
I'm gonna go get me something to eat.
but trying to help the community. Want to
Come on,
turn
baby.
now to former DeKalb County Prosecutor Robert James.
Out of here and all this
Both sides
bullshit.
have really presented compelling
Come on, baby.
arguments. It will be up to the judge to determine what is fitting here, but we're hearing a lot about the intent. What was the intent for what happened that day in Brunswick?
Well, and that's interesting because, in a trial, you don't necessarily need to intend to kill to be guilty of murder. That's why we have party to the crime. That's why we have, felony murder. Interestingly enough, the trigger man in this case, Travis, the jury did find malice aforethought, which was essentially, bad intention, intent to pull the trigger, intent to do the act. And so I don't know if it applies to him, but the other two, it's a compelling argument, not necessarily to say that they're not guilty, but to exclude them from that category of the worst of the worst. I think the argument here is that we reserve this extreme punishment, all right, the worst punishment other than death, for the worst offenders. And his defense lawyer's argument is they're not one of the worst offenders because they didn't go out that morning with an intent to kill. They didn't go out that morning as a bloodthirsty mob saying we're going to kill Ahmaud Arbery. They thought, albeit misguided, they thought that they were doing a good thing for the community. That's their argument. I think that there's some strong arguments in the other direction, but that's their argument, and that's what they're attempting to appeal to the judge on.
Yeah, it's interesting that the lawyer described it as a driveway decision, a 5-minute chase that ended in tragedy, committed a crime for which he never intended the result. But the prosecution is saying the intention was to go after someone, vigilantism, and really targeting someone because of the color of his skin.
Yeah, and look, that's what the prosecution has said all along. I heard vigilantism, and I think that's a compelling argument. I think perhaps the most compelling argument would have been what you're going to hear probably a few weeks from now in the hate crime trial, is that Ahmaud Arbery was targeted because he was Black, because he was African American. That's essentially what his family members were stating, and that's what most people believe. I believe because there was not much or any evidence presented in this case, and I'm not talking about the coverage of the hearings and things of that nature, but I'm talking about actually on the trial. There wasn't a lot of evidence presented in that regard about racial motivation. I think the prosecutor may feel that she's constrained by the evidence that was presented in the case, and you're not hearing a lot of that now. If in fact it had been presented, I think that would perhaps be the most compelling argument for all of these gentlemen to receive life without parole, but it was not.
And to your point, the timeline is significant here because in less than a month, there is a federal hate crimes trial that will start with a jury selection and more of the very evidence you were talking about now, which would lead to the conversation of race as an intent, will be uncovered at that point, but that will be after this decision today will be made.
Correct. Look, that trial is going to be all about that, and not to criticize the prosecutor because I think that there may have been some compelling legal reasons why she didn't. She may have believed, listen, Georgia at the time didn't have a hate crime statute, and a lot of this, evidence may or may not have been admissible or may not have been relevant. And she may have believed that if I presented this evidence, it could perhaps create appellate issues. A lot of times there's a belief in the prosecution world that you present a clean case with no appellate issues, and that's the best case you can present. On the other hand, the hate crimes trial is going to be all about their intention, all about what was not just in their head, but what was in their heart. And so a lot of the things that may or may not have been relevant in a murder trial, depending on what side of the fence you fall on as a lawyer, is absolutely going to be relevant in the hate crimes trial, because that's what it's going to be all about. Were they racist? Were they doing this because they didn't like Black people? And more importantly, were they doing this because they didn't want a Black person running through the neighborhood?
So as of now, the judge is really making a determination on one point here, whether or not there is the possibility of parole. And so because we have 3 convicted murderers in court today, each of them has an attorney making a plea for their specific client based on that circumstance to the judge about that sentencing. And it was interesting. Greg McMichael, who's the father in this case, 66 years old, his son Travis is the one who pulled the trigger. She was saying, hey, we're talking about 30 years either way with a life sentence. It's just what is going to be on top of that. And so the next thing we'll hear, correct, would be the attorney for William Roddy Bryant. He's the gentleman who took the cell phone video, because it will be his attorney's turn to make their argument for some mercy or leniency to the judge, correct?
Correct. Essentially, the arguments, there have been a lot of arguments, but one of the arguments made by, the lady that you just spoke about, Travis's lawyer was, listen, he's going to get 30 years no matter what you do. And he is, he's an older man. And, so this punishment is likely him being in jail for the rest of his life, because he's, by statute, he can't get out or come before parole board until he's been in there 30 years. So what else do you want to do with him? This is enough, and so that was the argument. It sort of woven through, several other arguments, but it was something that was pretty prominent in what she was saying. Now, in terms of, the last defendant, I think the argument is going to be, that he's the least culpable, he's the least responsible of everybody, that, he basically just was notified that something was going down, and he got in his car and just came along for the ride. He didn't conspire with anybody. He didn't have a weapon. He was just driving. I mean, that was his defense at trial. And I think you're going to hear some of that here, along with some of the other things that you've already heard, which is he didn't intend to kill anybody.
And what's been so different about the few hours we've just experienced together in this courtroom post conviction is hearing more about all of them as people. Really, the first time we're hearing more about Ahmaud Arbery in the years he lived, not just the circumstances around his murder, with his father and his sister and his mother sharing really poignant memories and thoughts about him as a person and what he was like, what he loved, and the things that really made Ahmaud the young man he was. And then similarly, we're hearing from the attorneys for the men who are convicted about being fathers and good citizens and life of public service, and really asking the judge to weigh those things. And we're hearing a lot of times the word redemption used, that these are men that, while their attorneys say did wrong, they deserve the right for redemption.
Yeah, so there are a couple of things in what you just said. One is that, at these trials, you never get to hear from the victim, because the victim is gone. And so, it's important that the prosecution be the voice for the victim and the victim's family, because you can't do that in trial. They call it victim impact evidence, and it's illegal in Georgia to present victim impact evidence in most cases in trial, in a criminal trial, that is. And so you're hearing it for the first time today, and it's strong, right? On the other side,
y'all need to hurry up with this bullshit.
You got the defendants in this case, and ordinarily, you would, in 99% of these cases,
you get this baby
stand up today, and each one of these defendants would have basically said a lot of things that their lawyer said, except it would have been in a very, emotional plea to the judge. Basically, don't throw my life away, don't send me away life without parole. I'm sorry. They probably would have turned to the victim's family and they would have cried in a tearful apology. I never meant for this to happen, that sort of thing. However, what we have to realize and what we have to note is that there is a pending federal trial, all right? And there is absolutely no way in the world any lawyer worth his or her salt is going to allow their client to stand up on camera in a courtroom in front of the entire world and essentially do what's tantamount.
Yeah, you make a good point. I just want to let you know, as Jim heard, that there might be some movement in the courtroom, that the judge might be coming in. So we're going to get you back to the courtroom.
Yeah, y'all need to
now.
hurry up with
As
this
we
shit. I'm getting
continue
tired of
the
this shit.
sentencing for the 3 men convicted
Getting on my damn nerves.
of Ahmaud Arbery, we're taking now back to Glenn County Court.
Let me begin by making clear there's nothing
I can't stand this bastard.
To withdrawal or abandonment of any other sentencing related or punishment related motions previously filed. Beyond that, if this were any other case, when it comes to sentencing, I'd be turning Ms. Donakovsky and saying, Judge, what she said. I agree in a lot of ways that the sentence recommended by the state should be the judgment of the court. This is not a normal case, and out of an abundance of caution, I do feel like I need to address a few issues, but I'll be relatively brief.
Yeah, you need to be brief. Like,
there
shut
is
the
one
fuck up
issue
right
that
now. That's what you
the
need to
state
do.
sends you
Just shut the
recommendations
fuck
to
up.
address. I'm pretty sure I know what the answer would be. It won't take them long to give it, but I would put it on the record. Your Honor, like Travis and Gregory McMichael, Roddy Bryan is a first offender. He has no prior felony conviction.
He a sexual offender too.
Like Travis and Greg McMichael,
Our Queen's Throne.
Roddy
How you
Bryan
doing?
has lived a life, however
You ain't
well
miss
lived,
shit.
that warrants an opportunity and potential for redemption and rehabilitation. I would ask the court to consider the entirety of the record of the case, including the transcripts of the pretrial proceedings, including the bond hearing in this case. I'm not going to go through a whole bunch of Roddy's family history and circumstances. I know the court is familiar with them. The McMichael defense teams have argued elegantly and persuasively for sentences of life with the possibility of parole, based on the grounds previously discussed. And life
Okay, I went and checked it, my royal family, just to see if things were off. They just purposely not showing his fucked up face, which I'm cool with that.
And therefore, Roddy Bryan should likewise be allowed the possibility of parole. And there is an argument here as to whether or not the life without parole option is an option before the court in this case. I didn't think the state had filed a notice of intent to seek life without parole. And apparently they did file a notice. I'm not sure. In this case,
I don't know who would want to lay up with that dude. He could, a prostitute, a broke prostitute would be telling him, keep your money.
A Sea Island.
Oh, I can't stand looking at him. Fucking up my lunch.
And I would take the position that due to a technicality beyond the control of the state in this case and beyond the control of the court, and the service was by the previous chief assistant, Jesse Evans, in this case, that technically, not having been served as provided in the certificate of service, that the notice is defective. There still remains an issue as to whether the court can impose sentence anyway without that notice. And that would require the courts resolving two competing statutes. You have the sentencing statute itself, and then you have 16(4), under which the notice was provided.
No, they keep bringing up that number. The 17 been coming up a lot today.
Notice has not been served.
Oh, his wife is still with him? I never seen what she looked like.
Doesn't have discretion to impose a sentence of life.
Why you throw them crackers on the floor?
I'll let the court
You be doing some dirt.
Maybe an academic question anyway.
You think I'm not watching you? I'm watching your little behind.
Which we're certainly not.
Straight dirt.
But going beyond that issue, Your Honor, while Mr. Bryan is also a first offender and also worthy of rehabilitation based on the life that he's lived, as the evidence reflects, that's where the similarity.
Don't be looking at me hard. I'll look hard back at your butt. Be throwing shit on the floor.
To the court, that isn't the beginning of the sentencing inquiry for Mr. Bryan. The end of the sentencing inquiry for Mr. Bryan, I would respectfully submit that it's the beginning. Now, before getting into that, I do want to address one other, lawyers probably should use the word technical argument, but I would contend that count 9 merges into count 8. I don't think alleging separate streets that the chase is occurring on changes it. If someone was chased through the city of Savannah, I don't think that you could argue that there were 15 different attempts at false imprisonment or 15 different false imprisonments. If you went,
that dude right there used to be fat.
MLK and
used to be blow the fuck up.
The president and down Julian. I don't think you could multiply.
And losing weight, he don't look no better.
I do think that 9 is an inchoate offense that obviously merges into 8. And because the motor vehicle that was used in this case was used in the context of the chase, there is a factual merger. And I think it's more or less the same argument that Ms. Hogue was making, but I could be mistaken. So I want to adopt her argument as well to the extent it's expansive beyond mine.
You said you was going to be short. All you had to do was shut the fuck up.
Having done that, I want to get into what I think is where the sentencing inquiry for Mr. Bryan really begins, because this is a kind of unusual case.
It ain't unusual. This is what y'all been doing.
Additional factors that the court has to consider in fashioning a sentence here. And then the question becomes how the court does that under the laws of our state. We've already challenged those laws. The court, not surprisingly, given
Oh, you didn't throw them all out on the floor. Here, you want some water?
whatever standard may be evolving until the Supreme Court says they have, this court applies the law that we have. But there are four factors here that I think the court has to consider. The court never has to consider anything I think the court should consider. Issue number one is the jury verdict says that Roddy Bryan was not a party to the shooting, nor a shooter. Roddy did not kill Mr. Arbery. He did not attempt to kill Mr. Arbery. He did not intend to kill Mr. Arbery. He had no idea that the McMichaels had guns.
He did intend to kill him. I heard him when he I heard him when he had his gun on him. I heard him cock.
One, but also count 2 and count 6. And if that
I heard it.
If anything related to the shooting, that's a reflection of the fact that Mr. Bryan had no idea of what was about to happen. That tragedy was certainly not something that he could have anticipated up until the moments before. And by saying that, I'm not trying to get back into the charge conference issues. It's a different factor here at sentencing. But Roddy Bryan was not a vigilante. He was not a party to any organized effort to fight crime in Satilla Shores. Roddy Bryan really had no idea what was going on or why until after the tragic death of Mr. Arbery. And I think the state pretty forcefully drove that issue home during its closing argument in this case. That factor really puts Mr. Bryan in a different position. Mr. Bryan isn't the one who brought a gun. He was unarmed.
No, that bastard had a gun.
Reflects his intentions and reflects a significantly lesser state of culpability.
What'd you do that shit for?
The second issue,
I don't like when you do that.
Your Honor, is the issue of remorse. Now, like the McMichael defendants, Mr. Bryan faces a federal trial and substantial federal penalties in the event of a conviction. I would agree with Mr.
Excuse me for smacking.
No competent attorney in the state of Georgia under these circumstances would allow a defendant to say anything more than they already have. But in this case, distinguishing again Mr. Bryan from the McMichael defendants, Mr. Bryan has expressed remorse. Whether it's part of the record or not, he expressed remorse about Mr. Arbery's death even before he was arrested on national television. As the Arbery family, of course, has not accepted that, and they don't have to, Your Honor, and we can all understand why. But beyond that, when you look at his statements in this case, I think it is readily clear that while Mr. Bryan has disputed and continues to dispute whether things that he did that day constituted crimes, he has never questioned the tragedy of this death and has never expressed anything but remorse over the death of Mr. Arbery. And that does put him in a very different category, I would submit, in a very different posture from the other defendants. And I would remind the court, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it because
you said you weren't going to spend a lot of time. All you had to do was shut the fuck up.
From Mr. Minshew. Mr. Bryan admitted from the get-go that he chased after Mr. Arbery.
Think about them females he traumatized.
As to whether they should have done that.
Trying to get his sex on.
He wasn't running around the scene trying to influence witnesses' testimony as the state alleges other people have done. He was very candid and straightforward, and you heard his demeanor on the video at the crime scene. You heard the excerpt from the interview with Detective Lowry, and of course the court has the entire statements in the record, where Mr. Bryan expressed again regret that Mr. Arbery died. He pointed out that If his vehicle had collided with Mr. Arbery, maybe Mr. Arbery would still be alive. And not in the context of wanting to hurt Mr. Arbery, but in the context that maybe he would.
Hi, Kim Jones. How you doing?
This tragedy might have been something less. Beyond that, Your Honor, there were a number of statements made to investigator Sechrest, Special Agent Sechrest, during the
I'm eating tuna
investigation
fish
of this case.
and clam chowder soup.
Which technically,
I'm on my water regimen.
Themselves, the transcripts and the videos.
Trying to keep my weight down. Y'all know I lost a lot of weight. I am determined to keep it down too.
That's normally what I do.
I lost 51 pounds. I gained 30.
For the trial itself.
I wanted the 30 off and took off an additional, 21 pounds.
On May 11th, Mr. Bryan, I'm referencing page 69 of that transcript, indicated that he did not want to see the video in the aftermath of the shooting. He didn't enjoy it. He didn't take any pleasure in that. On May 13th, at page 75, Bryan expressed shock to Agent Sechrest at the shooting of Ahmaud Arbery, referencing page 100 of the transcript.
Yes, 51. No joke. It surprised me.
Mr. assumed, thinking might be putting too much.
I'm not a big eater. I was drinking too much juice.
Assumed that Mr. Arbery had done something more serious, that there was more to it than going through an open, unsecured construction.
Yeah, just cut your sugar intake back.
And that doesn't change the law.
Believe it or not, it was drinking juice. Damn it, put some weight on my behind.
On his level of
I got my sexy back.
At page 101, Mr. Bryan.
I'm talking over this bastard.
Says that to Agent Sechrest, and these are all statements that the state could have used at the trial against him had they wished to do so, and may still be used against him in federal court. None of these statements are without consequence.
I know I ain't supposed to eat that. I know I'm supposed to be eating clams.
He's not going around.
There's some stuff I got to work on. I'm busted. I could have lied.
And that is before he was arrested. At page 102, he regretted having gotten involved.
So you busted me.
In the chase. And, Your Honor, I think when you take those statements in conjunction with the rest of the evidence in this case, Mr. Bryan has done everything he could do.
No, we don't supposed to be eating clams.
To committing felonies on national television, that he is remorseful and regretful for this tragic loss of life. And it's difficult.
We all got something we got to stop eating.
Is the Arbery family going to be satisfied with that? No, they don't have to be satisfied with that. And you have to give credit. 3 members of his family came up here and probably
didn't this bitch say he wasn't gonna talk long?
The most difficult things they've ever had to do is come stand here in this court on national television, effectively, about the death of their child and their brother, and that's difficult. But whether or not they accept Mr. Bryan's expression of sorrow and remorse for the death of Mr. Arbery, it's for the court to decide whether Mr. Bryan has expressed remorse, and if he has, what to do.
What we can have is like salmon chowder. I've had that. We can eat some salmon, and that's really good. Smoked salmon chowder soup is the bomb. But no clams. She really ate some clams.
The court is well familiar with it.
So
Mr. Bryan's full
I ate something unclean.
with law enforcement from day one, from moment one, from minutes after the shooting. I'm not going
butter
to
and cheese.
All the different things Mr. Bryan did, producing the cell phone, the night-out video, the numerous statements, going through the area where the shooting took place with the police to help them understand what happened that day. On a scale of cooperation, I mean, you'd have to put Mr. Bryan at a 10 out of 10, even a 12 out of 10. I've never seen a defendant provide that kind of cooperation.
Yeah, whatever. You said he was dumb when you was on national TV. You said he was a imbecile.
To turn over the cell phone, to talk on the scene on the body cam, to go down hours later to the police department. Roddy Bryan did that because he wanted the truth to be known. Whatever that was, whatever it meant. Come on. So these are all factors above and beyond anything that apply to these Michael defendants as to why Mr. Bryan should receive a lesser sentence. Now, the mandatory minimum in Georgia is life imprisonment on a felony murder. I'm not going to rehash the legal arguments. What I am going to suggest to the court, though, and given the age of the defendants here, whether Mr. Bryan is eligible for parole or not, he's going to be 80 years old under the current guidelines before he could be eligible for parole. And effectively, even if the court grants life without parole sentences, as the state has requested to the McMichaels, simply giving Mr. Bryan a sentence of life with the possibility of parole, still given the respective ages, means that he would essentially serve the same sentence and that there would be no options there. So I'm asking this court to consider sentencing Mr. Bryan and Mr. Bryan only under OCGA 17-10-1B, which, at least in my experience, is relatively rarely employed, but perhaps underused, especially given with respect to sentencing issues. Under 17-10-1B, as I understand it, a request for relief from parole restrictions may authorize consideration by the parole board of parole prior to the completion of any specified time period otherwise required prior to parole eligibility. Imposing sentence under this statute does not grant Mr. Bryan parole. He still may never receive parole. He could still die in prison 50 years from now, even if the court grants relief under 17-10-1B. All that does, however, is it gives the parole board the freedom, if you call it that, the ability to parole Mr. Bryan whenever they see fit, regardless of any statute or rule that would otherwise prevent it. Now, Mr. Bryan still has a long road here to establish the redemption and the rehabilitation that would justify his ever being released from prison. So, as I've explained to Mr. Bryan, this doesn't guarantee him that he would do 1 day less in prison than he would otherwise do under the sentence that the court is about to impose. But what it does do is provide the opportunity for the parole board to exercise its discretion in deciding whether to release Mr. Bryan when they believe it would be appropriate and not based on some arbitrary, preconceived, mandatory minimum time period before he could be considered. And I believe that this is that rare, exceptional case where relief under 17-10-1B, however fleeting it might be, depending on the circumstances, that this is a case where that would be appropriate. And I would respectfully submit to the court that as a practical matter, it's really the only relief that the court can give Mr. Bryan to reflect his cooperation, his expression of remorse, and the other factors that I've reviewed with the court today. And that doesn't change the sentencing recommendation. I'm concurring with the state, putting aside the legal arguments about merger and vacating of sentences. I'm agreeing with them that the sentence of life plus 15 consecutive probation, that would be the appropriate sentence in this case. I think the only thing that we really are disagreeing about at this point is I'm expecting the state is not going to be excited about 17-10-1B, but I'm asking the court to do that anyway. And in this relatively small instance, and again, it may be completely meaningless depending on how the parole board views things 10 and 20 years down the line, but it is really the only thing short of striking down parts of Georgia's sentencing law on constitutional grounds. It's really the only thing this court can do that would substantially reflect the wide chasm in differences in culpability and other issues between Mr. Bryan and the McMichael defendants. It's all that this court really has available to do that. And if for no other reason, I would ask the court to do so. But I do think it would be in the best interest of justice. I mean, Your Honor, Roddy Bryan probably, I won't say he's unique, but he's pretty as close to unique as you can get in in our criminal justice system. It's a felony murder for someone who didn't kill or attempt to kill or intend to kill, and it's in the context of a citizen arrest. However foolish and badly guided and misinformed, and certainly however unjustified under the law, there probably isn't another individual in the entire Georgia prison system that's in a similar posture. And thanks to the changes the legislature has made to the citizen arrest statute, it will certainly never be an issue again. So this is a request that we're making here on behalf of Mr. Bryan that would effectively impact one person now or in the future in the state of Georgia. And we're not asking that as special treatment for Mr. Bryan. We're asking it as treatment that anyone in his situation would be asking for, given the totality of circumstances present to the court. So again, we're asking the court to impose a sentence of life imprisonment plus 15 years. But we're also asking the court to grant relief under 1710(1)(b). Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Goff. From the state.
Thank you, Judge. Because there's a number of legal issues as well as additional argument by the state, is there any particular order you'd like to hear it in? Would you like me to start with Mr. Bryan first and work backward, or just go from Travis? And
Why don't we, however the state wishes to present it, I'll be able to follow it, I would imagine.
wonderful. Okay, Judge. So regarding Mr. Bryan, with regard first to this parole board issue, 1710(1)(b) actually says that it will apply only to first offenders, where technically Mr. Bryan is a first offender. He doesn't qualify under the first offender statute because anyone convicted of felony murder, you're not allowed to sentence them under the first offender statute. So we have that problem first. But the second problem is that it refers back to A. And subsection A of 1710(1) actually says, except in cases in which life imprisonment, life without parole, the death penalty may be imposed, and then goes through. So B can't even apply to anything that imposes a life sentence. And that's how the state is reading this, because when you look at B, the judge in fixing the sentence as prescribed in subsection A of this code section. Subsection A says, except for life sentences. So therefore, none of this will ever apply to a felony murder conviction. And then looking at count 9, merging into count 8. I understand factually the issue that Mr. Goff has brought up on, and that two separate instances, one, an attempt to confine him taking place on Burford, was just a continuation of something that was going on and on and on and on. Ironically, that was not the argument that Mr. Goff made at trial during his closing argument. He actually started to posit that Mr. Bryan was actually leaving and wanting to go home, and just happened to go in the wrong direction back down Holmes, and that he wasn't actually trying to commit a false imprisonment on Holmes. He was just trying to go home. Regardless, what we have here is an intervening factor. I didn't know Mr. Goff was going to make this argument, but I believe there's a case out there that involves aggravated assault and aggravated battery. And it involved a man who had cut the female victim's throat and then also cut her face. The aggravated battery was on the face, the aggravated assault was on the throat, but there was an intervening time frame. And so on the one hand, I do know that there are numerous cases out there where if you start shooting at somebody and then continue to shoot, it's all one aggravated assault. Okay, there aren't separate aggravated assaults for each time you fire, unless there is an intervening actual time frame where you've shot, they've run away, you've chased them down, and now you're over on another street, like we have in this case, you've encountered them again, and now you start shooting again. Because there's two different locations, two different specific places and times, that allows the state to charge it. And the reason it allows the state to charge it is because what you're really trying to do is prevent the state from engaging in double jeopardy. You don't want the state to be able to go on January 3rd on Burford, no, well, I'll do our case. On February 23rd, 2020, on Burford, you attempted to falsely imprison him. Oh, not guilty. Okay, well, we'll go ahead and move it over to Holmes and we'll get a new indictment and we'll do it over there on that date. So you want to keep the state from going ahead and doing two different things and two different bites of the apple. You want to make sure there's no double jeopardy here. Well, in our case, we don't have double jeopardy here because we have two different separate instances and they're both in this indictment and they're both two separate time frames. Yes, very close in time, between 4 minutes. I know I'm kind of giving the court both the defense side and the state side, but to be candid with the court, there are cases out there, especially the gunshot cases, that say it's all one continuous action. The state's position in this indictment, and one of the reasons we specifically indicted it this way, is because Mr. Bryan's attempt at false imprisonment on Burford was specifically done with his pickup truck when he tried to run Mr. Arbery off the road and tried to attempt to falsely imprison him right there with his truck. He attempted 4 different aggravated assaults on him at that point in time to get him to stop there. He was unable to do it. That's why it's a criminal attempt. However, over on Holmes, after he went up and chased him up, and then we begin the video, and Mr. Arbery turns back, Mr. Bryan does continue to go up Holmes. He actually goes up Holmes. It's on video. He pulls into a driveway. He says, I'm going to go ahead and keep going. He does a 3-point turn, and then he comes down Holmes. He encounters then Mr. Arbery coming around the corner, and that is where that actual false imprisonment absolutely takes place, right there on Holmes, where Mr. Arbery is ultimately falsely imprisoned and killed. So these are two separate, distinct incidences, and there is no chance of double jeopardy because both of these things are distinct. They took place at separate places and separate time frames within the incident. So we ask that count 9 not merge into count 8 for Mr. Bryan.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm not sure because of the way we're doing this. I did want to point the court to another case with respect to this issue that's been drawn back to the merger issue that I raised. And that is, the point is whether or not it's a continuing offense. Kidnapping is a continuing offense. So for example, if someone is moved, an asportation occurs, all the places during that movement are one crime. And I'll cite to the court Hill versus the state, 279 Georgia Act 666, a 2006 case that's cited in Brower versus the state, 298 Georgia Act 699, a 2009 case. It says that the offense of kidnapping is complete when, in this instance, Brower sees the victims, force them to the back office in the case of the office staff, and when he taped up and moved the attorney from place to place in the office. So the movement is the question is, if kidnapping is not a continuing offense, then is false imprisonment, and I've done a search and I just don't have the answer to that.
And we'll keep the state tense argument. Understanding that with the kidnapping, the issue here I think is slightly different. As I understand what the state's arguing is the way that false imprisonment and the attempt was alleged in the indictment was that the attempt occurred on Burford. There was an intervening interval, and then later, short period later, but later, there was a completed act on Holmes. Okay, that's the argument that I understand is being presented, and that's why I'm going to look at the merger part of it. Now, how that fits and whether or not it merges, I'm probably going to take a few more moments to think that through and how that works. But that's what I understand we're looking at as far as the legal issues. I understand the kidnapping part. If you have a kidnapping, just because you move them within the office, we're not going to allege it. Flip side of that is, when you look at some other statutes like I won't tip at windmills, but when you look at police chases, I mean, you can be charged with obstruction 5 times in the same chase. So I mean, the issue may seem simple, but it's not. But this is the way I'm going to approach it. Okay.
Thank you, Judge. And I believe the reason for the merger really comes down to the issue of double jeopardy, because you have to put the defendant on notice, because you do not want there to be an opportunity for the state to come back with double jeopardy, which is why you want to get as specific as possible, and which is what we did in order to designate these two separate instances in time and in place. So that is the state's argument as far as count 9 merging into count 8. And that is for Mr. Goff. Now, Your Honor, with regard to the legal argument that Ms. Hogue made on behalf of Greg McMichael, actually, Noel was then cited in the case of Jeremy Scott, who killed Dexter Holliday. It was a Fulton County case. Embarrassed to say it was my own. And in that case, we had to resentence Mr. Scott because what the court did was sentenced him on a felony murder conviction, but then when he was found guilty of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, the court went and took the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, merged it into the felony murder, then merged the felony murder into the felony murder for the armed robbery. And the court went and cited to Noel. And this is Scott versus the state, 302 Georgia 29. It's a 2017 case. The state notes that based on Noel versus the state, the trial court erred in merging the felony murder convictions and then merging the predicate felonies into the remaining murder conviction. When the trial court sentenced Scott on count 2, the felony murder based on aggravated assault, count 3, felony murder based on possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, was vacated by operation of law. Therefore, count 6, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, then cannot merge into count 3, which stands vacated. We therefore vacate the merger of count 6 into count 3, meaning the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, into the felony murder that it's based on, and remand for resentencing on count 6. Now, factually, you are a convicted felon at the moment you're shooting that person. It happens at the exact same time. So I think that kind of goes towards that, well, if it's all happening at the same time, it needs to merge together. And I will also direct the court to a case I affectionately call the El Camino case. Once again, unfortunately mine. This is DeMarcus Graves. It is Graves versus the state, 298, Georgia, 551. Once again, a 2016 case. And at that point in time, basically it said, while the evidence was sufficient to sustain Graves's conviction, we find an error in sentencing. The trial court purported to merge 2 felony murder counts with the malice murder count. The trial court then purported to merge 2 independent felonies, criminal attempt to commit armed robbery and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, with the 2 murder counts. And basically what they said in Graves was, no, you can't merge the felony murders into murder. You have to vacate them by operation of law. And once they're vacated by operation of law, that's going to leave you with the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon and the criminal attempt to commit armed robbery. Therefore, the trial court is required to vacate that portion of its sentencing order purporting to merge the 2 independent felonies and impose proper sentences on those counts, which I then had to go ahead and do and resentenced Mr. Graves to the murder charge with those 2 particular felonies. So there are 2 cases right there that show that that is not the case, because they murdered Mr. Graves while attempting to rob him of his drugs while he was sitting in his El Camino in the parking lot of an apartment complex while being convicted felons. All of that took place at the exact same time. So therefore, Noel does not stand and has been overruled basically by Scott and Graves. So with regard specifically now to Greg McMichael, the idea that there was no vigilantism here because after they confronted people, after they took their guns to confront people, after they confronted those people with those guns, then they would call the police, is somehow a neighborhood watch situation. As Officer Rash testified, there's supposed to be witnesses. That's what neighborhood watch is there for. They're supposed to be great witnesses. Officer Rash said he thought Greg McMichael would be the best witness, being a prior law enforcement officer, that he'd be able to come in and take the stand and say what he saw. That's what neighborhood watch is supposed to be, not somebody running after people in a residential neighborhood where there are women and children and people out walking on a regular basis. This was a Sunday afternoon. It's a miracle they didn't run into families taking a walk that day. And on a random day, when the GBI went out with the drone videos and were just going through the neighborhood, they captured numerous people out taking a walk. A family with children were there. So the next point, that Greg McMichael has shown no remorse or empathy because he's unable to. Well, Greg McMichael was a law enforcement officer. But what he did on May 5th of 2020 was release evidence in an ongoing investigation into himself and to his son. Greg McMichael's the one who released the video to the media. He went to Mr. Bryan and said, hey, give me your phone. I'm going to take it to my lawyer. Took it to his lawyer and had his lawyer release it publicly because he believed it was going to exonerate him. That's interference with administration of justice. Yes, we did not charge him with obstruction or anything like that. But the fact of the matter is this is someone who was in law enforcement for years and actually actively pursued evidence in a case against him to be released to the media because he believed that that video showed he and his son were not guilty of anything. That's 2 months afterwards. The state's position is he hasn't changed his mind. The state's position is he and his son still believe they didn't do anything wrong. And that is a lack of remorse or empathy. The idea that he did not intend the death of Ahmaud Arbery, once again, as a law enforcement officer, got a gun, went running after somebody. The jury did find that he intended to commit false imprisonment, criminal attempt at false imprisonment, aggravated assault with that pickup truck, and aggravated assault with that shotgun. And we all know that felony murder has a foreseeability component to it. Ahmaud Arbery's death was foreseeable, and especially foreseeable to someone in law enforcement. The idea that they wanted to get to the bottom of what an unknown person was doing in some neighbor's house, a neighbor they didn't even know, goes back to our vigilantism. This whole idea trying to help the neighborhood out has been an excuse from both Travis and Greg McMichael. Ms. Hogue got up here and said, this wasn't advancing the progression of the crime. And I apologize for this once again, Your Honor, but stop or I'll blow your fucking head off. I think that really advances the progression of the crime. You're threatening to murder somebody. You're threatening to kill him if he does not stop. And referring back to the post records produced in the bond hearing, Greg McMichael was so not paying attention to his job as a law enforcement officer that he was not post-certified from January of 2006 through 2014. He was an investigator in the district attorney's office, and he let his post-certification lapse from 2006 to 2014, 8 years. I won't even go into what that could have meant to those cases that were prosecuted by the district attorney's office. He then lost the post-certification again in 2018, and Jackie Johnson had to make an accommodation and change his designation at his job just so he could keep his job through retirement. This attitude of I'm special and I'm above the law and the law doesn't apply to me and I can take my gun and I can run after people and confront the homeless guy under the bridge and then call the police later about it. That's vigilantism, and that is the main reason. The thoughtlessness, the remorselessness, the desire so to be special and protect himself and his family by taking evidence and releasing it publicly when he knows there's an ongoing investigation is the reason we are asking for life without the possibility of parole. And with regard then to Travis McMichael. There's a reason, Your Honor, you did not grant bond to Travis and Greg McMichael. Mr. Rubin went back to all of those things listed in the bond hearing. The state will also direct the court to things the state presented in the bond hearing, including his text messages with all of his offensive racial animus and language. The jury did find that he had an abandoned and malignant heart. That's exactly what the jury found. They were given that he intentionally went ahead and did this, or the other level, abandoned and malignant heart. In addition, I will remind the court that there's an old saying, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And it's great that they had such good intentions to protect the neighborhood. But the thoughtlessness, the lack of vision to know how this could go terribly, terribly wrong. And the fact of the matter is, Your Honor, it was a year and a half. February 23rd, 2020. November 2021. Travis came in here and testified. The state asks that you take into consideration his demeanor, his attitude. He said, this was the worst day of my life. Well, how'd that work out for Ahmaud Arbery? Not once did he show any empathy or ability to place himself in the position of Mr. Arbery on the stand. And yes, 4 minutes of conduct. Well, 4 minutes of conduct. Usain Bolt won 8 gold medals. When he runs those races, they're less than 2 minutes long. But the reason he's able to do that, the reason he's able to win is because of 20 years of training that leads him to those 2 minutes. Those 4 minutes are a reflection and a result of an entire lifetime of Travis McMichael and his attitude, his demeanor, what he believes he's entitled to go ahead and go do. The same applies to Greg McMichael. That 4 minutes of conduct wasn't just 4 minutes of conduct. It was a culmination of vigilantism. We get to go ahead and play law enforcement even though we're not, and that we're going to go out and confront people, and we're going to take our guns to go do it without any real understanding or consideration of the consequences. At this time, for Travis McMichael, these are the reasons that we are asking for life without the possibility of parole. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. That being all argument and evidence presented, and I say that just to be clear on the record, there had been some discussion with counsel about evidence and the record. The court is going to leave the record open, as I understand it, for what's going to amount to a notice of filing and 2 affidavits, just in order to preserve arguments made during the trial on appeal. I'm going to take about 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes, and go through my notes, and then the court will pronounce sentence. We are in recess for 15 minutes.
All right, a very short recess. And this, all right, again, that is Superior Court Judge Timothy Walmsley. He was appointed by Nathan Deal in 2012. He's out of Chatham County. He came in to try this case in Glynn County because the 5 local judges recused themselves. So let's just reset here. Today is sentencing day for the 3 men convicted in the murder of Ahmaud Arbery: Travis McMichael, his father Gregory McMichael, and William Roddy Bryan. Those 3 men each have a lawyer in court, and what we've just finished hearing is each lawyer addressing the judge, making their case for why they are asking for the lesser sentence in this case. All 3 have been convicted, and the convictions come with a mandatory life sentence. At question right now is whether the judge would give any of these 3 convicted felons the possibility of parole. Today is really the first day in court. We've learned more and heard more conversation about all the men involved, from the victim, Ahmaud Arbery, to the 3 defendants in this case, because today we got to hear from Ahmaud Arbery's family members in their victim impact statements. And one of them was Wanda Cooper Jones. And she started her impact statement by speaking to Ahmaud, saying, I made you the promise that I'd follow this through to justice, and that brought us to this day. And she talked about her youngest son, who was born on Mother's Day, 1994. And then she turned to the judge and talked about why she believes he should not show any leniency. We want to play you that moment in court.
These men deserve the maximum sentence for their crimes. Ahmaud never said a word to them. He never threatened them. He just wanted to be left alone. They were fully committed to their crimes. Let them be fully committed for the consequences.
And then on the other side, we've heard from the three lawyers for the defendants. They are not making that appeal directly to the judge because they still have a federal hate crimes trial in front of them that should be within the month. But each of the lawyers painting pictures of men who they say are good people who made a bad decision on this day and did not have the intent for a tragedy to unfold. The DeKalb County prosecutor, former prosecutor Robert James, is joining us. We have appreciated your insight as you walked us through what's happened. You have been on the other side of this many, many times in the courtroom as a prosecutor in these cases. So the last attorney we heard from was the attorney for William Roddy Bryant, the one that they're saying is sort of the man on the outside. Travis McMichael pulled the trigger. His father had been in the truck, and then William Roddy Bryant was the one who videotaped what we all saw, then released to the world. I'm curious to know what stands out to you really on both sides at this point.
Sure. So the defense, I'll start with the defense, says they basically are arguing he is the least culpable individual. He's, of everybody that did something, he's the one that did the smallest harm, he basically is the least guilty in this instance, to put it in layman's terms, is what they're arguing. They're also arguing that he's remorseful, that he's always expressed remorse, but he can't express remorse now because of this pending hate crimes trial. Now, the state or the prosecution on the other side is saying, well, hold up, just because you can't argue he's remorseful because he turned the video over, all right, or because he turned the phone footage over. He turned that over because he thought that actually helped him. That was self-serving. So that wasn't to help the Arbery family. That wasn't to help Ahmaud Arbery, and that wasn't because he felt bad about it. That was because he believed, along with some of the other defendants, that the video would in fact exonerate them, and in fact it did the opposite. It's what ended up convicting them. The state's also arguing to the court that even though he says with his mouth he's remorseful, but he's not admitted to, his lawyers haven't admitted that he's done anything wrong. And the one individual who did testify essentially said he didn't do anything wrong. And so you can't now come sort of Johnny come lately and say, oh, I'm sorry. Well, I'm sorry is one thing, but what are you sorry about? And so it's interesting the way it goes back and forth. And I think the judge is going to have a tough decision.
And really, I guess, three decisions here, because of course the judge could decide no parole for one of the three and parole for, some of the others. And it'll be interesting to see how this sorts out. And very interesting because we've got these, two judicial entities, right? We have this trial in Southern Georgia, and this trial is not impacted by what hate crimes law we now have as a state. We have that legislation because of the killing of Ahmaud Arbery, but it does not apply to this trial. It will be addressed in a federal courtroom because that federal hate crimes trial is pending in a couple of weeks. So really interesting that there is this parallel here.
It is. I will tell you, I was a prosecutor when the first iteration of the hate crimes law was passed, and it's been quite some time ago. And then it was, very soon thereafter found unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. And, there were several attempts to fix the law, as it were, or to get a constitutional version passed. And it was just, we weren't able, when I say we, I mean the DA's Association, prosecutors, we were not able to get it to the state legislature. And so the Ahmaud Arbery case was the catalyst for that happening. But, I think people have been trying to get hate crime legislation passed or the statute fixed for quite some time. When you look at the federal, this case, had we had hate crime legislation, would have played out a lot different. There would have been probably a lot of evidence, about, Travis's use of the N-word, his Facebook post, perhaps some of the things that he said at or around the time of the murder. And, I think the prosecution may have felt like perhaps some of that stuff would have been marginally relevant and may have injected error in the case and created appellate issues. That's the only reason why I can think some of it wasn't at least attempted, that they didn't attempt to at least introduce some of it. Again, now the case that's going to take place in federal court is all about their intent. It's a hate crimes case. And so you're going to, those Facebook posts, anything that Travis and Michael and some of the other individuals may have said, it's going to be all about their motivation for doing this. And so race and hate crime is going to be a big part of that.
And to that point, had those instances been able to be part of this case, they would certainly be an integral part of the argument about sentencing as well.
They would be huge, right? Because there wouldn't be this argument that, look, they're really good people, and they've done 1,000 good acts, and they just had a few bad minutes in their life during a 4-minute chase, and they were just trying to protect their community. The prosecution would say, oh no, slow up, wait a minute. This wasn't about them trying to protect the community. This was about them not wanting Black people running through their community. This was about how they felt about African Americans, and this was about the fact that they felt like they were entitled to take the law into their own hands and be judge, jury, and executioner on the side of the road. And all of this was based on the color of Ahmaud Arbery's skin. That was not the argument in this case, because that wasn't the evidence necessarily that was introduced. Now, one could infer that from the evidence that was introduced, but there wasn't a lot of evidence that expressly stated that any of this stuff happened because of race, or any evidence that led one to believe that any of these other 3 individuals that were in the case were necessarily racist or acting on race-based motives.
It's such an interesting point that you're bringing up, because really both sides are speaking to it without speaking directly about it. I wrote in my notes when the defense attorney for Travis McMichael said, quote, 4 minutes of misconduct does not erase a life well lived. And then the lead prosecutor came back and addressed that later, saying 4 minutes is a reflection of a lifetime of attitude, demeanor, and what someone feels entitled to. It's a culmination of this attitude of vigilantism and who they can go after. And it's really speaking vaguely to all the points that you're making specifically.
Yeah, they're speaking around it. And I think she has to, because the prosecutor is constrained by the evidence that was presented during the trial, meaning that she can't go outside of that and say, well, Judge, even though this wasn't presented in evidence, you should consider the Facebook post that we didn't put in evidence, or what his friend said that he was saying about African Americans and those sorts of things. I don't think the prosecutor believes that would be proper. And again, as a prosecutor, you have to be careful, because if you make a misstep, that case is going to come back on appeal. And the directive probably from on high at the DA's office is, look, don't jeopardize conviction for any reason. We want a clean case.
Oh, that's very, very interesting. I keep thinking, as we're all, on the sideline here watching this unfold moment by moment, I'm thinking about the judge, Judge Timothy Walmsley out of Chatham County, appointed by Nathan Deal in 2012. And here he comes in to help in Glynn County, so there can be a greater level of objectivity. All the other judges, the 5 judges in Glynn County, had recused themselves from this case, and he's taking all this in. Ultimately, it's his decision. Is there any way to know how much of a decision's already made before these proceedings play out, and how much might be influenced at the 11th hour as these final arguments are made?
Well, listen, the judge has heard all the facts, seen all the evidence, and knows as much, and in many instances even more law than the attorneys. All right. His clerk has probably read all the cases that they're citing back there. In my experience, a good judge, their law clerk would have read all those cases, and they would have had discussions about what the cases mean. And so none of this stuff has caught him by surprise. And so does he have an idea of what he's going to do? I would expect so. Has he made up his mind? I would hope not, because that's not the way it's supposed to happen. I would hope that he would, be calm and deliberate and listen to all the things that both parties have said. But I would be shocked if he didn't have at least an inclination of where he wanted to go with this.
And a point you had made earlier that really stuck out to me, Mr. James, was just that, if there wasn't another case looming, we would have likely heard from the 3 defendants themselves on a day like today.
You absolutely would have. If there were not a federal case looming, each one of these individuals would have been up and they would have been emotional pleas to the court. And then, in many instances, you see them turn to the family, defendants turn to the family and say, I'm sorry. And, and their tears and all the drama, that we see sometimes, fictional accounts of trials. You would have seen that in this case. But because there is a federal case pending, and it involves hate crime legislation, no lawyer worth his salt is going to allow their client to basically do what's tantamount or equal to testifying on national TV.
I'm not going to do it. I'm not sure if I'm framing this the right way, but what I'm thinking about is then, is it any kind of disadvantage to them, the 3 convicted murderers, that they don't have the opportunity really to speak for themselves at a sentencing trial like this, when we do have the opportunity to hear from Ahmaud Arbery's family themselves?
It's absolutely a disadvantage. Listen, as someone that is charged with the crime, you want your lawyer speaking for you in every situation except when you're asking the court for mercy. Nobody can do that the way that you can do that. All right. That has an effect. Judges are human. That has an effect. So when someone stands up and says, I am remorseful, I am sorry, and that is a tearful plea for mercy, like when, and I know this is sort of cliche, but when they throw themselves on the mercy of court, and they do that tearfully, that has effect on the judge. In a case like this, they can't do that. And so it's lawyers that are saying essentially what they're paid to say, and it doesn't really have the same emotional effect that you would expect it to have if it were coming from the individuals that were in fact charged.
When we talk about the Arbery family having a chance to talk in court, there was a moment, Mr. James, that really stood out to me, because the video, right, has been at the center of this case. It's the reason it ever got to court. And interesting that it was released because Greg McMichael, the father, believed it would exonerate him. He leaked it to the press thinking that it would show that he was justified in what happened, but it is ultimately what made Glynn County, with some pressure from the state, pursue arrests and charges. It was the key piece of evidence in the case. But the moment that I will never forget is hearing Ahmaud Arbery's father, Marcus Arbery, talk about that video, because to the family, it is the last moments of the life of someone they love deeply. And he said that when he closes his eyes, the word he used was execution. I see this execution over and over, and I'll see it for the rest of my life. And then Ahmaud's mother talking about her promise to her son for justice and her hope that things would be different in the future. How do you see this case impacting maybe future cases?
Well, hopefully in a positive fashion. Hopefully, when prosecutors get cases in the future, favor or affection, right? And that's those are the words that all prosecutors swear to. They can't do it without fear, favor, or affection. They will very quickly get out of the case and send it to someone who can. And when they do that, they won't interfere with an arrest or with how the case is charged or not going forward. And so hopefully that is what comes out of this case, some transparency in the process. In terms of the Arbery family, my heart goes out to them, both the mother and the father and the sister, because listen, anybody with a cell phone or a computer, anybody with access to the internet can see their son being murdered over and over and over and over again. All right, this man, and this woman and sister had to watch, not only find out that, their loved one had been killed, but they had to watch it. And then you come to a trial, which is very hard on victims' family members, and you have to hear bad things being said about your child, about your brother, and then you have to watch him being killed over and over again, and sit through medical testimony and things of that nature. And so, what I want us to remember is, look, Ahmaud Arbery's death, Ahmaud Arbery's murder has had effect on the nation, all right? And a lot of good things have come out of it. But the reality is that this is something that these to have to live with for the rest of their life because it's personal to them. It's not political. You know, there's no movement in it. When all the cameras go and everything quiets down, your loved one is still going to be dead.
Yeah, the vigil outside the Glynn County Courthouse this morning, I think some of the faith community addressed that, saying we've wanted to be there to support the family each day of this legal process, but we have to commit to do that every day that the legal process is finished. And I think that is so true for a lot of families of crime victims face that same loss and sort of a continued loss, like to your point. Just to reset for anybody who's just joining us, I'm joined by former DeKalb County Prosecutor Robert James, who's been giving us great insight. He's followed this case since the very beginning and has firsthand experience in cases playing out like this. And thank you so much for your insight. Today is sentencing day for the three men convicted in the murder of Ahmaud Arbery. Ahmaud Arbery was killed in February of 2020. He was the three men were convicted of this crime the day after Thanksgiving, and today is sentencing day. The judge is just taking a recess. He's heard from all parties, and now he will make his decision. Do these men get life in prison without parole, or do some or all of them get that chance for parole at some point, life in prison being typically 30 years under the Georgia statute? So each lawyer made their case. I wanted to get your perspective, Mr. James, on William Roddy Bryan is an interesting part of this. His lawyer really saying that, you know, this is not a normal case and his involvement wasn't normal. Those were his words, because they're arguing he had no idea that the McMichaels had guns until they started shooting. Talk us through kind of in general, someone can be charged with felony murder when they are not part of the physical violence. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just hearing the judge might be walking into the courtroom. So, Mr. James, we'll get your take on that in just a moment, but we want to make sure we take everyone back to the courtroom just as Judge Timothy Walmsley is taking a seat at the bench to make his decision in the sentencing for the three men convicted in the murder of Ahmaud Arbery.
Defendant is represented by counsel. All right, the way the court's going to address this, I'm going to make a few remarks and then address each one of the defendants with regard to sentencing. And the remarks are intended to be general, but also taken into consideration in the individual sentencing portion of the court's statement. So that's how we intend to proceed. So the court has heard the evidence in the case, has accepted the jury's verdict, listened to the presentations here today in aggravation and mitigation, and candidly have spent a lot of time thinking about this. This is a case that has taken a lot of time and energy on a lot of people's parts, and has been a case of note, not just in this community, but really in a lot of communities. But we're here today to determine is what an appropriate sentence is, quite separate from the notoriety of the case and any other outside influence that may exist. And so the court is going to be very careful in explaining that the court has considered just the evidence and what is appropriate under the circumstances of this case to consider in the Superior Court. So that all being said, let me start with this statement. As we all now know, based upon the verdict that was rendered in this court in November, Ahmaud Arbery was murdered. It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy on many, many levels. On February 23rd of 2020, almost 2 years ago, a resident of Glynn County, a graduate of Brunswick High, a son, a brother, a young man with dreams, was gunned down in this community. As we understand it, he left his home apparently to go for a run, and he ended up running for his life. He entered the English home at approximately 1:04 p.m. and left that home at about 1:08 on that day. At 1:14, Greg McMichael calls 911 to let them know that there's a black male running down the street. And within moments, Ahmaud Arbery is shot and killed. The three men that are now before this court chased him in a residential neighborhood for at least 5 minutes in pickup trucks, armed with a shotgun and a .357 revolver. The state mentioned this today about the time period, but I do want to put that time period in context. And the only way I could think to do so may be a little theatrical, but I think it's appropriate. I want us all to get a concept of time. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to sit silently for 1 minute. And that 1 minute represents a fraction of the time that Ahmaud Arbery was running in Satilla Shores. That's approximately a minute. Again, the chase that occurred in Satilla Shores occurred over about a 5-minute period. And when I thought about this, I thought from a lot of different angles, and I kept coming back to the terror that must have been in the mind of the young man running through Satilla Shores. The jury heard the evidence and returned a verdict. And what a difficult job they had under the circumstances. Without any comment on the verdict itself, I think all counsel will agree and accept that this was a very difficult case to even get a jury impaneled on. And there are issues out there with regard to the jury that were brought up in the press and elsewhere. But I want to give credit to those members of the panel, not because of their verdict, just because of the fact that they were willing to go through the process that they went through with the state, with the defense, and with this court. We're here today to sentence the defendants. In discharging the duty, this court is required to consider all mitigating and aggravating circumstances. The court has considered those circumstances, including but not limited to all aspects of the crimes charged, the past criminal record or lack thereof of the defendants. I've also considered any lawful evidence which tends to show the motive of the defendants, their lack of remorse, their general moral character, and any predisposition to commit other crimes. Now, I think in this case, the record speaks for itself, and the defendant's own words, I think, guide this court with regard to sentencing. Went back through my notes and other resources to pull some of the quotes that we have in this case. I'll start with Greg McMichael. In my opinion, Greg McMichael very early on in this tried to establish a narrative. He made comments like, Ahmaud Arbery was trapped like a rat. Stop or I'll blow your, and I won't repeat it again, head off. He effectively admitted that he wasn't sure what Ahmaud Arbery had done wrong. Quote, I don't think the guy has actually stolen anything out there, or if he did, it was early in the process. But he keeps going back over and over again into this damn house. Again, back to the narrative. Told Travis, you have no choice. Told another individual at the side or at the scene, this guy ain't no shuffler. This guy's an asshole. Comment that he wanted him, Ahmaud Arbery, to know that we weren't playing. If I could have gotten a shot at the guy, I would have shot him. Travis McMichael claims he was in shock. But it's interesting because he talks about his concern for his child and his own well-being. Part of this was while the victim was actually laying there in the street. Commented, this is the worst day of my life. Well, I think it's been touched on here today. There were other individuals that were impacted. I'll look at the video of this incident. When I say the video, I think everybody knows what we're talking about, but there was one part of it that struck me as absolutely chilling. And that is, I believe it's in the enhanced video provided by the GBI. There's a frame where I believe Ahmaud Arbery, it looks to be, if he's 20 yards out, that may be close, 30 yards out. And it's the frame of Travis McMichael lifting the shotgun to fire at Ahmaud Arbery. And you watch that with context. And when I say context, after hearing the evidence in this case, again, thinking about a young man that had been running at that point for almost 5 minutes. And it is a chilling, truly disturbing scene. And we got there because Travis McMichael's father saw Ahmaud Arbery hauling down the street and calls out, "Let's go." At that point, Travis McMichael, despite whatever may have been going on in his life at that time, in regard to family or otherwise, just goes, grabs a shotgun and goes because he assumes that it is the right thing to do. Ahmaud Arbery was then hunted down and shot. And he was killed because individuals here in this courtroom took the law into their own hands. Mr. Bryan, he joined in after calling out to the McMichaels. Y'all got him? Claimed he didn't know what was going on, but obviously wanted to know if this individual who was running through the neighborhood, who he didn't know, had been caught in some way. He said, quote, "I figured he'd done something wrong, but I didn't know for sure." All right, that wasn't actually this quote. Those quotes are two separate quotes. Didn't know for sure. I thought he would get away. And this is the part that is disturbing to me with Roddy Bryan. If the guy would have stopped, this would have never happened. All of these quotes give context, I think, to the video that we saw during the case. And Miss Wanda Cooper-Jones this morning made a statement that I think, when you look at these statements and you see the videos, is very true. And that is, she said, when they could not scare or intimidate him, they killed him. There's been discussion about remorse. And I agree with counsel that it is dangerous for defendants who have multiple prosecutions against them to make statements of remorse. But remorse isn't something that is simply a statement of regret. Remorse, I think, can be determined by looking at somebody's reaction to difficult circumstances and the reality of the situation that they're in. Again, it doesn't require an apology, and quite honestly, sometimes apologies are made simply to get past problems. Remorse is something that's felt and demonstrated. In this case, getting back to the video, again, after Ahmaud Arbery fell, the McMichaels turned their backs. It's, again, a disturbing image, and they walked away. This was a killing. It was callous, and it occurred, as far as the court is concerned, based upon the evidence, because confrontation was being sought. I think the statement was made during closing arguments. It's interesting to note that the most violent crime in Satilla Shores was the murder of Ahmaud Arbery. So sentencing does not generally provide closure. I think Ms. Wanda Cooper-Jones also talked about closure. But But I don't find that it really does. And I think that's an unfortunate thing. Because in this case, I think many people are seeking closure. The mother, the father, the community, and maybe even parts of the nation. But closure is hard to define and is a granular concept. It's seen differently by all depending on their perspective and the prism of your lives. Instead of closure, maybe we'd best see today's proceeding as an exercise in accountability. We are all accountable for our own actions. Sometimes in today's day and age, that statement is lost upon many. And today the defendants are being held accountable for their actions here in Superior Court. Today demonstrates that everybody is accountable to the rule of law. Taking the law into your own hands is a dangerous endeavor. I'm not sure how this comes across. I'll say it anyway. I think ultimately, with regard to the murder of Ahmaud Arbery, it holds us all accountable. I read somewhere, and I don't remember where it was, that at a minimum, Ahmaud Arbery's death should force us to consider expanding our definition of what a neighbor may be and how we treat them. I argue that maybe a neighbor is more than the people who just own property around your house. I also believe that in assuming the worst in others, we show our worst character. Assuming the best in others is always the best course of action. And maybe those are the grand lessons from this case. I will let others spend as much time as they want writing about it and talking about it. But those are my general thoughts with regard to this case and sentencing. That said, with regard to the sentence in this case, as to Travis McMichael. Mr. McMichael, the court sentences you as follows. Count 1, malice murder, life without the possibility of parole. Count 2, felony murder, is vacated by operation of law. Count 3, felony murder, vacated by operation of law. Count 4, felony murder, vacated by operation of law. Count 5, felony murder, vacated by operation of law. Count 6, aggravated assault, merges into count 1. Count 7, aggravated assault. The court sentences the defendant to 20 years consecutive to count 1. Count 8, false imprisonment, merges into count 1. Count 9, attempted false imprisonment, 5 years concurrent to count 7. That is life plus 20. Greg McMichael, the court sentences you as follows. Count 1, malice murder, defendant was found not guilty. Count 2, felony murder, life without the possibility of parole. Count 3, felony murder, vacated. When I say vacated, it's vacated by operation of law in all cases. I'm not going to repeat it. Count 4, vacated. Count 5, vacated. Count 6 merges into count 2. Count 7, aggravated assault, 20 years consecutive to count 2. Count 8, 10 years concurrent to count 7. Count 9, 5 years concurrent to count 7. That is life plus 20 years. Roddy Bryan, I do want to separate a little bit because the state is making a different recommendation. And despite the back and forth that Mr. Goff and I had during this case, I do want to point out a couple things that he raised that I think are appropriate to raise with regard to the sentence. As far as the remorse, I think Roddy Bryan stands in very different shoes. It is obvious from the beginning that he questioned the tragedy that had occurred at the scene. It was on, I believe, I can't remember whose body cam, but the body cam, and whether or not what had occurred, and then took steps early on in this process, I think, that demonstrated that he had grave concerns that what had occurred should not have occurred. And I think that does make Mr. Bryan's situation a little bit different. However, Mr. Bryan has been convicted of felony murder. And I do not believe it can be disputed based on the facts of this case that the verdict was an appropriate verdict based upon the evidence presented, at least. And when I say appropriate, what I mean is legal. Because I believe there's been some discussion about some differences between Mr. Bryan and the McMichaels. There may be some differences, but it does not change the fact that was it not for the fact that Mr. Bryan used his vehicle in a way to impede Mr. Arbery's course of travel, this may not have ever occurred, and that is sufficient for felony murder. He did cooperate with law enforcement. I will point out Mr. Goff 1710-1B. There's actually a case out of Chatham County that says it would not apply under the circumstances of this case. So the court recognizing that Mr. Bryan's position is different. Again, Mr. Bryan was found not guilty on count 1 and count 2. The court sentences Mr. Bryan to life with the possibility of parole on count 3. Count 4 is vacated. Count 5 is vacated. Count 6, the defendant was found not guilty. Count 7 merges into count 3. The defendant is sentenced to 10 years consecutive to count 3 on count 8 and 5 years concurrent with count 8. Both of those counts, though, will be suspended sentences, which gives Mr. Bryan a life with the possibility of parole sentence. Those are the sentences. The court having pronounced sentence, first with regard to Travis McMichael. Mr. McMichael, you are hereby notified that under the law of Georgia, you are entitled to appeal the guilty verdict of the jury, and if you decide to do so, you must file your appeal within 30 days of this date. You are also informed that you have the right to retain a lawyer of your own choice to represent you on your post-trial motions and appeals to the appropriate appellate court of Georgia. If you cannot afford a lawyer, the court will appoint one for you. You are entitled to and will be given a transcript of all pretrial, trial, and post-trial matters without cost to you if you cannot afford a transcript. You may file a motion for a new trial, or you may appeal your case directly to the appropriate appellate court of Georgia for review. You are also advised that the statute of limitations for habeas corpus in this state is 4 years in the case of felonies and 1 year in the case of misdemeanors. The statute begins to run from the date the conviction becomes final. And just to be clear on the record, I'm going to go through the statement with regard to each defendant. So as to Gregory McMichael, you are hereby notified that under the law of Georgia, you are entitled to appeal the guilty verdict of the jury. And if you decide to do so, you must file your appeal within 30 days of this date. You are also informed that you have the right to retain a lawyer of your own choice to represent you on your post-trial motions and appeals to the appropriate appellate court of Georgia. If you cannot afford a lawyer, the court will appoint one for you. You are entitled to and will be given a transcript of all pretrial, trial, and post-trial matters without cost to you if you cannot afford a transcript. You may file a motion for a new trial, or you may appeal your case directly to the appropriate appellate court of Georgia. You are also advised that the statute of limitations for habeas corpus in this state is 4 years in the case of felonies and 1 year in the case of misdemeanors. The statute begins to run from the date the conviction becomes final. And then finally, Mr. Bryan, you are hereby notified that under the law of Georgia, you are entitled to appeal the guilty verdict of the jury. And if you decide to do so, you must file your appeal within 30 days of this date. You are also informed that you have the right to retain a lawyer of your own choice to represent you on your post-trial motions and appeals to the appropriate appellate court of Georgia. If you cannot afford a lawyer, the court will appoint one for you. You are entitled to and will be given a transcript of all pretrial, trial, and post-trial matters without cost to you if you cannot afford a transcript. You may file a motion for a new trial, or you may appeal your case directly to the appropriate appellate court of Georgia for review. You're also advised that the statute of limitations for habeas corpus in this state is 4 years in the case of felonies and 1 year in the case of misdemeanors. The statute begins to run from the date the conviction becomes final. Don't have a blue or black pen. Is there a blue or black pen down there? Thank you. The court has executed the statement of appeal for Travis McMichael, Greg McMichael, and William R. Bryan. If I could please have counsel and the defendants execute the statements of appeal to confirm they've been given, or the notices been given.
condition imposed along with the sentence, and that is this, that the defendants are not allowed to make any money off of their actions, such as a book deal, a movie deal, social media deal, or anything along any way, shape, or form, make any money off of this experience, this conviction, and this trial. And that should any money be made, that it go into a fund for the Arbery family. And I've had this condition imposed before, and given the nature of this case, we just seek to make sure that based on their actions, having been found guilty of murder, that they do not then reap some sort of profit or benefit off of their actions via such remuneration to or from anyone in the form of, like I said, book deals, movie deals, consulting fees, or telling their story to someone in exchange for money.
There's a statute on this, but maybe I'm wrong.
It's not a SAM statute in other states. I'm not aware of Georgia's, but there is. I assume.
Yeah.
Cited.
Well, yeah, let's do this. I submit something more formal to the court. I'll go ahead and take a look at it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And well, when the court does that, my only concern is how that would impact Mr. Ryan's ability to raise money for his defense, for his appeal. I wouldn't want to be in a situation where he couldn't do that inadvertently because of a sentencing condition.
Yeah, no, I understand the request, but
All right, the attorneys and the judge are talking about whether these convicted murderers should benefit in any way financially from sharing their story, and we'll let you know what the judge says on that. But today, we now know the sentencing for the three men convicted in the killing of Ahmaud Arbery. Travis McMichael, the man who pulled the trigger, 35 years old, is sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. His father, Gregory McMichael, is also sentenced to life in prison without parole. William Roddy Bryan, the man with the cell phone who took the video the world has now seen, who used his truck to block Ahmaud Arbery in the street, the judge saying it was a little different. He said he saw some remorse and concern from William Roddy Bryan. He is giving him the opportunity to have parole, but he is still going to serve a life sentence, which under the state of Georgia is 30 years. The judge giving some very powerful statements leading up to his decision in the sentencing of these three men from the murder that happened in February of 2020. The judge saying that he spent a lot of time thinking about this case and that he thought so much about the terror that must have been in the mind of Ahmaud Arbery in the 5 minutes he was running for his life, the judge's words, as the three men chased him. And a very compelling moment in court when the judge said that he was going to use the words of the defendants themselves to guide his sentencing. And he shared statements that they gave, disparaging statements towards Ahmaud Arbery, threatening statements they made to him that was recorded in the video there on the street, and talked about the moment when Ahmaud Arbery's body fell to the ground and the judge said the men turned their backs and walked away. The judge said, quote, "This was a killing. It was callous." He talked about the fact that this grand lesson, the greater lesson, he said in this case, is that assuming the worst in others shows the worst in someone's character. If you're just joining us, sentencing has come down for the three men convicted of murder for Ahmaud Arbery. The McMichaels, father and son, both sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The other man, William Bryan, is life in prison with the possibility of parole. We want to bring in now former DeKalb County Prosecutor Robert James for his thoughts on both what the judge said and the decision of sentencing for this judge. Mr. James, what are your thoughts?
Well, the judge's statements were powerful. Some of the most powerful I think I've ever seen in my going on 23-year career, made from the bench. You can tell this case really affected him. You can also tell that he really paid attention to everything that was said and to all the evidence that was presented. I was wrong. I thought this was going to be a difficult decision for him. I don't believe it was a difficult decision for him. I think he was he was moved by not just what Ahmaud Arbery went through during those 5 minutes while he was running for his life in terror, but he was also moved by perhaps the most compelling evidence, which were the words from the defendants, their words and their actions. And I think he was moved by that. And I think, quite frankly, he was disturbed by that. And the sentence reflected that. Now, what we need to understand about the sentence is that it wasn't just life without parole, but it was life without parole plus 20 years to run consecutive. Now, what that means with both Travis McMichael and his father is that, it's life without parole, which means you don't ever get parole, but then we add 20 years to run on top of that. Now I know that's a legal fiction, so how do you add 20 years on that? But he's basically saying, I'm going to max you out and give you the max on everything. Because what he could have done was given life without parole and run 20 years concurrent, which means it ran at the same time. But he stacked it on top of the life without parole. And so that is, that shows that he felt like this was an extreme scenario that really required an extreme response.
It is. It's a statement sentencing. He's saying that they'll die in prison, but as you said, plus 20. It is as much as could have happened in this case, despite hearing the calls and pleas for leniency from the attorneys for the defendants. I was really struck, like you were, Mr. James, about some of the words he was using. He used calculated, chilling, disturbing, that they hunted him down. They hunted Mr. Arbery down. He was, it seemed to me too that he knew what was going to happen, and that was very interesting. His thoughts about that. You talked a lot about the fact that the discussion about race as a motivator could not really be part of this because it doesn't fall under a hate crime legislation for a state trial. But you heard him really address that as well in some of his statements, in some of the same ways we heard the attorneys address it.
Well, everybody talked about race without saying the word race, right? He talked about neighbor, he talked about other. And so, anyone with half a brain, you can understand that he's talking about the relationship between, white people and black people in this society, and how communities are largely segregated, and how we have to expand our definition of neighbor beyond the people that live next to us and look like us and walk and talk and think like us, but to others. And he talked about that because I think he wanted to send the message that as a society, that is where we have to go, and we have to get there, soon. But he talked about race, and I think he understood that a lot of their actions were motivated by race, quite frankly. He understood that, the prosecution understood that, I think the jurors understood that, but no one said that, no one said the word race. And I think, again, a big part of that, the reason that couldn't be conspicuously argued was because the evidence wasn't put in, wasn't put before the jury because of the lack of a hate crime statute here in Georgia.
And then that closing thought that he left us all with when he talked about if there is perhaps a grand lesson from.
I know y'all want to have a discussion, but I would prefer to have it a little later this evening, if y'all don't mind. We've been on here for a while listening to this BS. And so I would like to conclude this. Let me take this down.
Point that he made. And it was interesting, Mr. James, as he was talking about remorse.
I do apologize because I know some parts of it got kind of crazy.
About
but it is what it is.
Remorse, that there was concern. What that tells you is that
Let's
he
see
did
here.
not see that in the other two defendants, which is another not.
All right. And so I'm going to take this stream down, fam. I thank everyone for their participation. And we need a break. We need to take a break. And let's wait later this evening and we'll have a discussion. We all just need to chill and break away from this and just, sit in our own thoughts. And, I'll keep my word with y'all. We will do a live stream and have a group discussion either this evening or this weekend. All right, fam? Are y'all cool with that? So anyway, my royal family, do what y'all do best. Render your voice with your beautiful divine words. And as always, my royal family, I thank you for your love and I thank you for your support. And with that said, Ashe.